Very fair. All right. I'm making sure our friend is returning.
What?
Yeah. Well, Frank, this is what we're doing, right? Is that what you wanted to do, or what we discussed? I want to make sure, because I have like 8,000 conversations going on all the time. It is Frank, right?
Yes.
Just want to double check, because got that going here, and I'm ready to go on whatever venture you want. Because
I don't think that needs a side session. He just needs an adult.
Yeah. Well, hey, I don't know. Y'all's probably might need an adult in the near future, because it's wild. But okay, you felt the it's closing in. It's getting darker, harder to function. Reaching out, grasping at straw, but what you're really grasping at is cool. However, you remember that Nix gave you something before you went to the farm, based on some stuff that they found in y'all's quite successful but very damaging fight at the beach or at the docks with the illitids and the brine animals and all that. And you remember that essentially the Lantern of the Lost can once per week act as a television beacon. So in that moment, you've had to disappear before. Now it feels like, I've done something like this before, or at least, all right, you're thinking of all your outs. This thing kind of almost opened up beside you, gave you an out. It's like, I don't know, I don't really want to go in that.
Teeth and all that stuff.
Like,
doesn't really seem like you can't convince a man to crawl into another thing's mouth and be like, I'll be safe.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the evil of dangling. It was one of those, like, come on in. And so, you've had to disappear before, so you know exactly how to do it really fucking well. Just leave the hand, leave the items, and go. So what of them seeing Frank's ghost? You were in the corn. Can't not say corn.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike, I have to say like Isaac now, because it kills me when he was talking about, well, maybe you should tell people about the things that kill them in your corn. I'm like, but you come out on the other side. Now, do you want, where do you want to go and kind of be? Is it gonna anywhere you've been before?
He probably would have done the upper floor of Melody's Rest, because he knew, one, it very well likely would be deserted up there.
Mm-hmm.
And if there are people there, they're there by his arrangement through Miranda and fight.
Correct. So you actually get there, and you're hearing, what is it? It was kind of daytime when you guys went there, so you're hearing stuff downstairs. Mm-hmm. And you are up. So it's one of those, you can take your time, be in a room you probably would have stayed in before, and you're like, all right, you can take a minute. There's even still a basin of water there, people would have left it people left in a hurry, so splash some water on your face, and you hear some, the machinations downstairs of they getting set up. So somebody's about to destroy something beautiful in here. So you get to, I think it was about almost right in the morning. So you're there, you got the entire day. Now, I have this pulled up. These names are just, they randomly generate on the map, but it's what we essentially what we had discussed earlier of where the areas are, and I have something that looks similar or looks like what I envision. It has the actual names. But if you reference any of these places, like I'll know what you're talking about, or if we go vice versa, just know this is really kind of just what I'm going for. Big docks, wall that you can go in and out of. And then this castle would be kind of where the Pinta Council would have like a keep, like a stronghold. But as you know, especially now, having like kind of got into an inn with one of the folks who has been to one of the meetings, we don't meet there. We meet each other's houses. And the stronghold, you don't know they do there, but they got to do something. So, and then you have, so that's there. The houses would be kind of like, spread out and about. The merchant's ring is like over here. This is should be just shove this back more over here. Like castle's where glass is. Castle is technically where the merchant's ring where I would want it. But Arcane Tower is like right in the center here. Your bastion's over here to the side. And then slums are kind of over here. Residence. And of course the docks are all on there. So basically what do you call it? Layout there. And then in Melly's Rest you have like carte blanche. No one's gonna like. Some people are kind of looting around. Did you want to try to lock the door while you're up there? Like go in and kind of.
Yeah, I mean he had most of his stuff. He would have left behind his hand and. I think that was just about all that was recovered.
So it was the hand, the lantern. Nick's actually has that lantern.
Okay.
And that very important for the storyline. He's gonna give it back.
Okay.
But because I was like, holy crap, and that's once a week. So that's what I was gonna pull up. It's the calendar. This will be very important to you going forward. That I'll, if I can, I'll like try to put this either in the OneNote or put this in actual Excel and then like share a copy with you, because the timeline's going to be important leading up to something. And also we're kind of like, as you well know, we're kind of playing catch up a little bit. So here, you're on day 104. I think, luckily enough, since it's my campaign and the fucking days are like 8 sessions apiece, we haven't gone too far. But yeah, Frankie. So you're here. And then we got to here. And so yeah, you got the world. You could do so many things. But this is the day the music died.
The what?
The music died. I'm making a bad reference, but that's the day that the wishes happened.
Okay.
So I'll put that out there as just a notable thing. Let's see. Ezekiel. Okay, there is that, and then let's see. We're technically. Okay, cool. What is this? And this is, like Gollum says, just us. So, all right, there and there and there, and basically now we'll go down a separate path, and it'll be yours. So you get there, it's about like 10 in the morning because you guys had to like walk a little bit ways to the corner, do the stuff. The thing about your ghost. Okay, that was, since you had been there long enough, I think you did a pretty damn powerful magical thing. It was able to like infuse, like, oh, this is going to be in there, right? So it had like essence of that, and that's where the ghost would have been. The thing that patch 8, obviously not you. That is something else that don't know what it is, and doesn't really matter now. But
I didn't even know patch. I'm assuming
supposedly Yes.
Frank's corpse.
Correct. But instead, he ate something else. And the thing with Patch, not that he's been the biggest player in the world. Originally, he was like, oh my god, this is really kind of wild, because at any one point in time, it's one of those like, oh, he's going to eat somebody. Well, if he eats a party member, which is why this is relevant, like more so than usual, is he like gets to go up like so much in regards to like tiers of or like strength, because it's food, worshipers or praise, and then y'all. So he kind of has levels of what he can do, and if it's one of y'all, it's like level up, which that's luckily not her goal, but it's one of those that's a nice what do you call it, benefit to just be like, oh, you guys want to hop in the blender? Well, now you can just keep growing it and growing it. So pretty wild, but yeah. So you reckon there, you chill out, have like I said, like most everything else, because they didn't pick up too much else. That was what I remember was the whistle, the lantern, and then the hand, and then they'll give it back. Yeah, I thought she had the whistle that summoned the dog. Because Frank had, or not Frank, because Nick's had the.
Well, I did. It never got into my inventory, so.
No worries. Well, and it could be that Jonas has it, but all good for now. So yeah, Orinda had the bar setting up to get a little wild. Eventually, well, that's what is currently going down. Let me pull up my little deal here. Make sure I'm not missing any notes or any little pins or anything like that. All right. It's been a minute since I've messed with Orinda, and I was like, oh my god. That's funny. The SideCar server, and it names like Orinda's last name. I'm sure I had one, but I'm like, man, I don't like this. Made her half elf, and I hate it. I'm like, what is this? So just Orinda for a little bit, kind of like a little Doris, a little bit, you know. She's just simple. She's like France. So you will eventually hear her downstairs, you know, barking orders as you've heard her do before in the SideCar Serpent, and just kind of not making too much of a racket because they don't want to like cause a ruckus like to the outside, but they're moving stuff around, you know, not really leaving a whole lot of stuff because like, what do you want from the bar? I mean, they're gonna obviously get drinks and stuff like that, but you know, nothing too out of this world. So, and what level are you again?
Well, I just kept him up to date with the party, so
sweet.
Bard 4, Rogue 3.
Cool. Do it. That'll make this easier.
Yeah.
If anything, he is scaled. It's like, ah! But, okay. Yeah, doing their mess, so. And you'll be able to, you know, finish a short rest totally unimpeded or unencumbered or anything like that. You kind of get the tension of like, you know, something's going down, and like the, you know, the city in general, the what do you call it, the bar. I mean, it's just like, funny enough, the music is appropriate. Things are building a little bit, so what was want to do, so
after he gets himself cleaned up, he would make his way down the stairs into the, I guess, main room of Melody's Rest to just see what's going on.
Okay. So you're gonna round the corner like to where the stairs are, and then you will see. I'll pull up the actual map-a-rooney here from what we utilized for that, and it will be, you know, move the tables, shove everything to the side. They do have like, at this point, it feels almost more like a. I mean, place where someone is going to box, roll around a little bit. Like they didn't make the biggest space in the world. Think about like Sherlock Holmes with Rodney Danny Jr. That's supposed to make right? Yeah. So that right there, they're going to have like a little ring almost for that, which would be pretty cool. So it'd be kind of neat in there. And out here, Alexandrius, do the thing. Now I gotta find me a cute little, what you call it? And it's like I put it away. I got rid of it because it's like, well, yeah, we're never going back there again. Too funny. But that is what's going down there. And let me, just gonna use one of these because of speed. All good in the hood. Alright. Okay. That going and this going, and we're gonna put you right here. Where's that at? Where's that? Pull it down. There it is. Boop. Cool. So then you will get down there. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Okay, so the difference from here was you had stairs going up.
That's not saying that.
No, it's a little different. But while I'm looking around, I'll do some impromptu real quick and like get the bar and all that stuff going.
Okay. I remember most of what it looks like.
So yeah, so bar over here. The stairs actually were going up right there. So, and I remember getting my cute little piece of paper out here. And I do like this. So going up. Your door, which is kind of wild. Stairs going up here. Out here is just a little bit further out. And then a little bit bigger area. And then there's actually just a pretty decent size, I guess you'd call it a showroom. That's where he got shot because he was performing. Yeah. So that little stage up there, and then yeah, that's what was going on in that area. And then Orinda's down there, kind of, you know, not chatting, but like, okay, this, we need this. You all are on security. You're working the bar and getting stuff set up. They have they're taking the tables and flipping them up, and that's going to be the ring, right? And they're just pointing at a couple people. It's like, all right, you guys, you're going to take the bets. You're going to steal from the folks who are not paying attention, getting all that coin, and then they're going to kind of almost in a comical way. Frank, you go and get supplies downstairs. Their horn immediately starts to like fire up to a degree because they're like, you shouldn't be here. So either it's not you or she's still a little unnerved. So what the hell are you doing here?
Well, let's just say I had to depart.
I see. And they'll look you up and down. Like, you look terrible. Do you need a hand? And their big toothy grin will open up. I'm like, no, but seriously, you need someone to look at you. Holy smokes. What happened to you?
Let's just say the farm wasn't no place for me.
I see. Okay, well, take a seat. You don't need to be working in that kind of condition. We got it set up. Your plan worked perfectly, and we're gonna make a decent amount of money here.
Well, that's good then.
It most certainly is. Do you have, or did you get any intel from when you were out and about? And did you get what we were looking for on your way out and coming back with the thing with your dirty friend? Or did you just find me a battering ram?
I'd say she's been warned.
Yeah. That's good, but keep an eye on her. She's liable to really mess with things here, you know.
No.
Well, the person who's goes and cleans all the Penta Council's houses randomly shows up and starts hanging out with you all. It said she lives with her grandfather, but I've never seen him. Now, is he a shut-in? Maybe. Is he too big to get out their tenement door? Who knows? But I don't trust that one.
Well, why not remove the piece from the board then?
Because I don't know if we take them out, what repercussions that's going to have. Because it seems like she's in here alone. But we also don't want your friends, if they make it back, to be on our ass looking around for who, killed one of the heroes, presumably, if that's the way it goes.
No, heroes, no, that's a shite title.
It most certainly is, but...
What the fuck have they done? What the hell have we done?
Oh, yeah, we know what we've done. We've survived.
Yeah. Nothing heroic about that.
Yeah, well... They do say dying's easier, so... I mean, at least it's something. We can, still make some moves while, it seems like the tides are changing, but I don't know.
Well, I am tugging on that thread for that, as you coined it, dirty little friend.
Well, someone needs to, because she just didn't sit right with me. Didn't smell right, and I don't even think anyone knows anything about her. Literally. And she knows every single Penta Council member. Or it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Just gotta go and harden the paint for just a second. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's what you want in a maid, right? To be innocuous.
Yeah. That's true. Maybe we should put her on the payroll.
It would be a bad idea, but we need to know what motivates her. And in order to do that, we need to know more about the person.
That's true. Well, if you can glean anything, let me know. I'll put some more feelers out as well. Try to figure out what she got here. That's the first step, because she's covered in mouth all the time. I don't get that. Clean yourself up. I heard she can do magic. Yeah, know what I mean?
Well, people don't tend to get too close to those that are unkempt.
That's true, but someone once told me mud has healing properties. I tested that myself because but well, dude, we need to work on getting another hand.
I have a feeling, well, if they make it back,
Mm-hmm.
now there are probably two of them that trust trust may be a little bit of a strong word,
Mm-hmm.
but that may have gone to find what remains, or let's say what I left.
Smart. Very smart.
They're a disorganized lot, the whole of them.
Yeah, I really.
I'm not quite sure what we are getting into, but tones are beginning to change, and the whole idea of going down there was getting to get skewed.
Well.
So before I got into any emotional decisions that were made, I decided to, well, find myself in a situation where the choice was either stay around for the clusterfuck or get out.
Well, you did a hell of a job, but I mean, we wouldn't put it past you. That's damn, that's quite clever. And hell, you don't know how dangerous what it is you guys get into, right? Y'all just would have got there. What was being on the Rock Bridge like? I've not sailed it myself.
Well, I don't quite remember much of it because I wasn't there.
That's very true. Well, I heard they have a turtle on there who knows everything. Maybe it's a rabbit, but
well, who really knows everything?
That's very true. But supposedly, whatever the thing is, knows a shitload more than us.
Well, that's exactly a piece we need to remove then.
Well, then the next time they come back aboard, they come back, might be a worthwhile endeavor. But if they actually do know everything, then they're gonna know we're coming. So, how do you take out somebody who knows everything?
Well, you just make their fate inevitable. They know what's going to happen when it happens.
See, that's quite clever.
If they truthfully know everything, then they know already there's a plot out to get them. And, well, if we want to truthfully set down that path, we need to be wholly committed.
Well,
And stop at nothing. But
how do we know that he exists? That's the thing.
oh, what this
It's a turtle and
Grantanimous Rex.
Yeah, just not a fan. And you'll notice she's very not partial to other like reptiles, things like that. Like other dragonborn, other things of that sort. So,
But we don't need to hatch any grand scheme right now. We can stew on it a little. Make sure that you've got the metal for what we needed.
that is true. That is true. Okay.
Again, it knows everything and has some way to define it.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be certain that there's nothing we wouldn't spare to see it through. Otherwise,
Oh, shit, they have a diviner too. And a cat.
yeah, they got the crew on the ship.
Yeah, that's so. Well, supposedly they have contracts, and that may be what gives them their unique abilities, but I don't exactly know because I haven't seen the contracts myself. But those are all way too unique of skills to have on one ship that's controlled by the, one of the superpowers of, the area, I guess you'd say.
Well, if one of the council holds the contracts, then that's where we can start looking.
I agree. Well, I think the one that controls them is the Chancellor of Trade. Supposedly he's a big child who likes to mess with ships. But that is what that is, to be sure. But with that, well, what do you want to do this evening? If anything, around here, or do you have other places you got to be?
Well, I'm gonna go. I may let them have another day, but I do need to check in on a couple of the hens I put in motion.
Oh, yes, okay. I haven't seen them flitting about, so I think they're doing pretty decent work.
Again, I've only been gone, what, a day?
Well,
So we'll let them rifle around a little longer.
smart. It's an interesting time in the city. That wedding's stirring up some trouble. Or discussion, which of course you know leads to trouble.
What seems to be the mood about it?
Well, they join two what you would consider superpowers. It just makes an allegiance pretty strong, and it's just the right time, or we've had just enough peace to, well, all right. And also, too, the one getting married is becoming the arbiter of justice, so not only do they have Atheris, they have Alexandria and Kasol. Have you seen how big that bitch is? And she'll kind of chuckle, like, hold up their hand for how tall Aquila Borealis is. Close like this.
Like I said, no.
Well, that's a strong one, but supposedly she's so cold she can stop time. So if you're around her, you be mindful.
Right.
If you ever see if you'd have like a timepiece or something that you would like watch something, and if it starts to like, you'll kind of get a heads up on it. Remember that. But yeah, then now you have an Arbiter of Justice on the Penta Council, who's also essentially what you would think of as the princess of Atheris, who will almost surely become queen if their father gets torn to shreds, like he probably already is. And Kilo, let's just say this, they would be a roiling storm that no one would really be able to stop if they wanted to be one. And it's all due to, I think, someone you're looking into. That's how they met, from what I understand. But love makes people do stupid things. But yeah, so when they sniff this on their good old copper horn. Give it that. I want that so bad. So Orinda will all right, well, hey, you hungry? You need something to eat? We got the whole place to ourselves.
Yeah, you'd have
to do making chicken legs.
It's like, hey, David, make some extra chicken for our friend here. Just him in the back, just like dumping out some fucking like cold ass chicken. And like, yeah. Oh, that takes me back to the fucking ice city that we went down into, where it's like they had microwaves and shit, and I was like, get the microwave. Take that shit. I'm gonna go fly this thing. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Holy shit, that was funny. But tables are set out, getting everything squared away. They're gonna have almost like so Orinda has been able to hack the magic for the music to also work as almost like a barrier, like an alarm, and a guise, so they won't see people inside doing. I mean, you know, people might be throwing around and stuff, and if they get the the wrong match going, you know, and all that. So they're kind of utilizing a little bit of. There are some arcana that you are, you know, you're getting more and more, like as you hang around them, like I guess some moves. You know, they're not a full-on wizard or anything like that, but they definitely have the subtleness of a, you know, a sleuth, but they also got a little bit of magic. So, and they're great. And yeah, they're going ham. And I actually saw something recently too about blue dragons and how they should act. I want to be just like that, because they are tyrants and they have little minions and everything, and they're like, give it to me, give me all the treasure and all that shit. And I'm like, oh, we were on the right path. We're getting there. So they'll be doing that, and it'll you know, be like a couple more hours. It'll be like midday, because, you know, best part is you take your time. And unless there's like something that, like, time frame wise, based on the calendar that I've got set up already in there, you can tweak things if you would like. If things that you've kind of heard or seen happen, either kind of knowing about them before and alter them slightly, which I'm all about it. So be as creative as you would like to be there. And there's more stuff that you would potentially be able to know just like being here and being a part of that, like that whole deal. There might be some things I'm like, I'm going to send you a clip, because you would know about X, Y, or Z or whatever. So based on the happenings. So, but yeah, they're doing that, and you're hearing just kind of in the back of your mind, like, let's make a new Frank and all this shit as people are losing it and going nuts. And there's a farm just full of corn and chaos now. So going ham. Sorry, going corn. Oh, the corn talk, man, just killed me. So, but yeah, that's what's going on. They have a they're not going to use the front entrance. They're going to have people go in the back, and essentially they're going to have people in the like back alley. You know, that's how they'll get their stipend, or kind of, you know, their ticket or whatever you want to call it, entrance in. So paying their fee, coming in, then it gets set up in the nice little circle, and then folks are like, all right, people kind of getting jazzed up a little bit. Like, it'll be a slow trickle, because of course they want to do it when excuse me, it's nighttime, but you know, it's one of those, you know, there's guys around the place, so they can kind of start a little bit earlier and just see how long they can really squeeze coin from people. So, did you have a particular setup for the coin that you were looking for in regards to percentage, or do this or that? Because I know that you had a plan for that if y'all were going to be here when it came time. Well, amazingly enough, you're here. And if there's a horse that you want to bet on, you most certainly can do that. If only it was
him or Rinder were splitting it 50-50, and then he was splitting it with Ernest, but his full intention was to keep all of it.
Okay.
And guess what? We know Ernest to split it with now, so plans coming together.
it's beautiful. Okay. Well, door fee. They're going to ask you, so how much do you think people will be willing to pay for a little bit of action? Let's put your knowledge to the test there, Francis. And then you know that their S's are like a little.
I guess you would think, what have they been able to get away with previously?
Well, this is like the first like nice bar you've been at. So I would say you'd probably be able to get away with like a silver beforehand. You might be able to get away with gold now. So, and this is like this is just getting it in. Mm-hmm. So there's definitely more to be had with the purses, but also it depends on if y'all are gonna let anybody what do you call it? Use weapons.
No. I don't think for a first go, weapons would be well advised. So Frank would say probably 5 silver door fee.
Okay. She'll, okay. No, I think we can make that work. They'll, motion and thieves can effectively back to the guy who's out there. Like, and it'll be a big old Loxodon. It's like, there's the bouncer or the doorman who's, larger than life. Anyway, all right, boss.
And one thing, just keep it interesting, if we got any of the lower class that swing by, let them in for free.
Charity work, are we now?
Well, if you get the lower class intermingling with middle and upper, slide will get more interesting.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but how much or how exciting do you plan on this getting?
Well, this I don't think it'll get too wild. This is the first, but we get the lowers in, they'll spread the news better than any of the uppers would.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. So, okay, I'll play you a game. I'll play you a game there. Do you want to have a exit strategy in case things get a little too rowdy? We're gonna go up and hide in your room.
Well, I think we just leave.
Okay.
I wasn't planning on sticking around when it got started.
I see. Well, how do you get your money then?
Well, they collect, they hold, and then I don't collect.
I see. Okay. Okay. I mean, that is taking a bit of liability into your own hands, but I mean, I get it.
If they want to cross, that's fine. This venue may be closed permanently then.
As they struck their wrist. I'd be like, okay. Well, you're
And I mean, they cross me, they're crossing you.
and you can just see the eyes kind of like they're like yellowish, kind of orangey eyes are like kind of glow a little bit when making that connection. They're like, all right.
What would that say about your operation if, well, they can't be relied on?
Yeah, I really don't like that very much. So, okay. That's good. They're like, I found the thing. There it is. I was like, give me the damn. There we go. There it is. Okay. Look how nice, much nicer that one looks. I'm so perturbed. No, so fucking janky looking. Well, Orinda is quite pleased with your strategy, and they're gonna roll with you. They understand. And they're like, okay, I can dig it. I like it, and we're gonna make it happen. So the venue's gonna basically be, set up as much as it needs to. You guys got the exit strategy ready, and it's good to go. Like, beer's flowing. They actually do have some food. a random fucking chickens running around. It's like, what the fuck is happening? So they'll have fights. Is there a particular amount that you were wanting the people to try and have, or is it literally just go until people either get kicked out because it gets too rowdy, or disperse after, actual structured thing? They have a title card, which you won't have one of those necessarily because it's kind of random. But is there an actual number of that you would say, hey, don't let them fight each other to death on that one?
Yeah, the whole thing is not a death match. This is just exhibition.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of building out the concept, getting a sense for those that are entering their names to throw down.
Mm-hmm.
Also seeing who's attending. Frank's intent is to leave once it gets started, but by the time it gets started, he's hopefully going to get a list of who's who that shows up. And then after that, it's just how many contestants, go through just like standard ladder bracket. If they're able to get through it all in the evening, great. I think it will cut out probably an hour before sunrise.
Huh? Got it. No potion potables or notables. Let me see. I'll write their names down there. Okay, you're actually going to see some Pension Council people here. Okay, so Bo Greenwood's there. He'll show up. He's hard to see, but not hard to hear. So he's out and about in there. Little Doris will actually make an appearance. You can just kind of you can spell him. Y'all aren't exactly super fast friends. So it's kind of those I'm gonna remember you. And then Kelda Stronghearth and her second Antoinette, and then of course there, obviously Orinda's there, and then in regards to folks that are noticeable, there's a person who's wearing some clothes. I don't know if Frank knows who Cade is, Kayde, but it's rumored that they don't exist. But it's the plague doctor person so there's somebody who was around and they killed Tom Zank, and they've done some other this, that, and the other. Just a pretty somebody who you don't want to cross, essentially. And they work with somebody very powerful, but don't know who at this point in time. But they potentially they're around if you pick up on the armor, and they kind of dress when I say plague doctory, it's they have the mask is one that just goes up and down, but if it's up, it does not look like there's the beak up, and instead it's something more akin to, they're just kind of cloaked. Things are pretty snug on them, but it's kind of it's almost like what Jean Reno wears in Mission Impossible, number one, where it's snug and it's almost jumpsuit-esque, but it's one of those you can't really tell exactly how big they are and whatnot, and their hair color is a darker color, have brownish, hazily eyes, and it seems like it's changed a little bit in the light, but this entity's there, and the reason why I'm bringing them up is because they look as though as you glance and they're just kind of walking, you're picking up that they go behind somebody and they change slightly. They go behind somebody and they change slightly. Mm-hmm. You're able to see that, having an actual eye out for this, and it's one of those, you can either try to stealth to make it seem like you're not doing that, or a performance to see if you're doing like trying to put on a show and want to kind of brush it off, essentially?
Yeah, I think he would do a stealth to, I guess, not have him notice that he's tracking this.
Right.
Be a 23.
Oh yeah, no, their passive perception is not that good, and so but they are kind of little tiny little bits. That's a skill that a few things can have. Like you can have disguise self and kind of tweak a little bit. Certain very random creatures that can do that, but I mean, you just know of creatures, you don't know necessarily which ones they are. And then, so it's like, oh, okay, all right, you're picking up that they're representing someone else. So I'll put Cade down here. So
does it look like they're paying in particular attention to anyone, or?
Oh, are you still there as Frank?
Yeah.
They look like it's just like generally like, okay, they're doing hilariously the same thing you are. They're keeping an eye out, who's doing what, and like trying to keep it pretty subtle. I mean, they look like nobody, so people just kind of like wave them off, but they will, like, they don't see you eyeing them, then you kind of like do your thing and whatnot.
But they do end up.
Eventually, they will like. Now they're gonna make a performance check and be like, "Hey, I don't know you."
All right, so we'll do, I guess, an insight.
Yeah.
18.
Okay, if they're trying to do a performance. What is it? So, I would say you beat him by 1. With the, I rolled an 11 on the die, but they're kind of around y'all's level a little bit. So they'll be like, oh.
Once there's that slight pause and change of like recognition, like I found who I'm looking for, or oh, that I wasn't expecting you here. Mm-hmm. Frank will just smirk.
Okay. They're gonna like sign to you in thieves' cant. Be like, aren't you supposed to be knee deep in corn?
He'll just kind of look behind the bar and get another drink ordered, and then pat the stool beside him.
They'll walk over and kind of look even a little more different as they walk over, but the clothes not changing too much.
So they're now doing this in plain view as Frank's watching them approach.
Yeah, so it's one thing where like, okay, they're like, all right, you just traveled X amount of like hundreds of miles in this. It's like, okay, we're gonna end that charade, but that's almost like a natural state unless they're like needing to remain something, because in a crowd it's one of those, did you see that guy or that gal or that, and it's one of those blah, 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 blah. So they're doing a little, hey, we're everybody all the time. Before you had your conversation with Kate, did you eat?
I did not.
Would you like to order something?
That's fine with me.
What would you like to order?
No idea.
If you have no preference, I was mistreated yesterday and did not get the pizza I wanted. So if you're okay with pizza, we can get that, or it could be something else.
Pizza's fine.
Okay. Because we like, it was just, I think it was a little too late, or hell, it could have been just they were like, fuck y'all. So it's the normal stuff I get, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because that means we can all eat it all day forever. Grab some of that there and get that thrown in here real quick. Now we should this, that one, and this one, and one of these. Dish, and
Need a beverage?
I'm good right now, so thank you very much. I think. Let me do this. That one, and this one, and this one. This right, that's fine. And they, so these folks, like, Kate's essentially going to, you get the sense that they're remaining in more of a, like, I guess you would say more effeminate state where they can, they can decide themselves to look like whatever, but now it looks like they're just looking like a plane, literally a plane chain, just in different shapes. So that's kind of what they do when they go and sit down. The dwarf who would have been at like Orinda's as kind of like their Cormac is there, kind of like sticking beside her a little bit, waiting for things to either heat up and then him to just step in, or he just be like, oh cool, it's all good, I can just leave when she does, or if he wants to stick around and try to make more money by pilfering things, he can try and do that. So excuse me. Yeah, he can do that. Do the she. Okay, customize this real quick here. I'm gonna do what Isaac hates and burn it, obviously, because that's the prerogative.
It's fun when you show up as a contestant.
Fuck yeah, dude! I'm like, let's go, bro. I'm all about it. I am legit going to have rules and something set up as a. It's gonna be a mummy lord. That's the druid flavor for stew. He's gonna be on there, and he's gonna legit just be an Imhotep, and it's like, this person's insane. It's like, yes, and I can't wait.
Making food.
Word.
Yeah.
Did you beat Alien?
Yeah, and then I beat New Game Plus, and then you can't take your squad back through for New Game Plus. So what's happened? I did lose. I was trying to, so I thought you could just keep, basically get like a million level 15 Marines by just doing New Game Plus over that. So I was leveling up Sergeant Tommy Preacher Dunn.
Yeah.
And he died last mission.
Oh no.
But he was also only level 5, going in with a bunch of high level guys, so like the aliens were like, get him.
Get the newbie.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, we did a couple of rounds on Hunt. It was rough yesterday, but we had a couple of good ones. The drilling is still just such a fun weapon.
That's the double barrel?
Yeah, it's the double barrel rifle, single barrel shotgun. We had a good little fight inside one of the houses.
Okay, what is this? This is. Okay, sweet, and this, and that thing, this thing, and okay, cool. There we go, that's better. Okay. This and that. Check out livery, that thing, liver here, do the stuff. Oh man. Yep. Yeah. I was like, what's 1306? But I forgot all my shit's in what do you call it? Nice. I'm gonna ask them to step off with the delivery fee. That'd be nice. Which is good, and that. Okay, and
Bear has a new season out.
Word.
Is it 4 or 3?
4.
No shit, that fast? Wow.
Yeah, no, it came out of nowhere. One day I was just flipping through Hulu, and I was like, wait, why does it say new episodes?
Yeah, damn.
But we got Amanda, so we've started over from season 1.
That's a good one.
watching it. I was like, hey, I want to watch the new season of The Burn. She's like, well, you know, I think I'll actually watch it with you. And I was like, okay, well then you probably want to start from season 1. She's like, yes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And she was surprised because they're, 30-minute episodes? And she's like, oh wow, this isn't like the same kind of time investment I was expecting it to be. And I was like, They get a lot done in a little bit of time.
Yeah. So, pretty wild indeed. Here's my... Okay. Do my cute little card thing here. Like, autofill it, please. And it's like, yeah. Okay. Do this, do that.
Did you play Hunt when they had the starts with the C, but it's like an auto crossbow? Monk used it yesterday. I think it's hilarious. It's just yeah, fire goes on.
Is that one where you reload faster?
Yeah, it's one where it's got like a cartridge on the top, and you can only hip fire aim it, but you shoot and then you cock the handle back and you shoot again, and it can actually go pretty daggone fast. But he used it to kill a guy that rounded a corner on him. Just pumped him full of bolts.
Did they come out with a new expansion of that game?
For what, Hunt?
Yeah.
They had their new season start.
That's what it is, okay. How is that going?
It's fun. I like that game. It's just got the old-timey style guns. It's a little bit slower paced. It's got really good sound design and atmosphere. And so it's just fun. Like, even when we were on a losing streak, I was still having fun. Whereas, like,
nice.
If it was COD or something after you get on a losing streak, there's not much that would bring your spirits back up. And Hunt is one, like, the extraction style games where if you get one win, even just a small win, set and do something small, it can be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
That's
It's worth it for the reloading animations alone.
And there's a game coming out next month called Delta Force. It's a free-to-play extraction shooter.
Let's
So,
try that.
Yeah, it may be one to keep an eye on.
Nice.
That's funny. I was like, to open the door so I could see the people hanging, like coming up, but I always I keep forgetting there is no storm door. So, yeah. Okay. Let me see here. So yeah, they are 100% getting uppity in your in the establishment goods too. They've definitely like started to do what do you call it? Rocky Road to Dublin. And, you know, they're starting to go and this, that, and the other, and yeah, when Duder does that in Centers, man, it's like I saw this guy do a review of that movie, and he was pointing out one of the cool parts about it was the fireflies are going, and you just see like two, and it's the eyes, and I was like, because I didn't see that at first. I was like, Jesus Christ.
It's like one of my favorite scenes in Midnight Mass. When they're on that cat island, and
oh my!
Just all of a sudden the eyes stand up. You're like,
oh, that was a good one. I like that one. The where we going? Don't worry about it. We'll be all right. It's like, holy shit, bro. Oh, that's a tap, sack,
Yeah.
creature, reveal all the your opponent's deck. It's like, oh, bro. Okay. How? So real fast with this. Give me 2 percentile die, and that's going to be how much silver y'all make.
Okay.
Like you roll one, I roll one.
Okay. You can give you 2. How do I give you percentile?
You do.
27.
Oh, that's somebody's number. I think it's Johnny's. Oh, that's one of your numbers.
Well, yeah, it's half of 54.
Okay. Well, 27, so the 5 silvers of that. You got 100 over here. So it's
that's just door fees.
correct. So that's 100, and we'll round it up to 130 silver, just to, because it's in increments of 5, right?
Silver. What's 100?
Well, 100's 20, right? So then 30 is 6, so, or what, 20? So 20 and 6 or 26. That's door fees, right?
Yeah, so we had, like, there's 25 people that
Yeah, just are coming in.
packed in that are not the lower class.
Correct. So you'll get that, and it will be in silver, and then they can of course exchange it later
And
if you
so
want.
he gets half of that.
Mm-hmm.
So 65.
Yeah. So you sit there, you pat the stool. Cade walks up. Yeah. And they'll go, without moving their mouth, yeah. It's almost like they're establishing a connection. If you would like, you can attempt to talk back in your head, or you can continue to, or you can speak aloud. It is up to you.
He'll try to communicate via the mind link.
Okay. It is open. You can see them. Did you buy them a drink, or you just told them to sit down? Okay. So they'll look at the drink.
It's not poison, or at least not yet. But it may be best for us to have a conversation not inside our heads, lest we start looking quite suspicious just sitting here and eye-fucking one another.
Well, the conversation outside is going to be the not conversation. You know, about who'd you bet on.
Well, enough.
It's a pleasure to see you here.
We'll carry on some more small talk outside then.
There it is. Thanks for the drink. I don't normally go for, rugged men with one hand, but you certainly know how to charm a lass in such a fine establishment.
Well, I think it was more that either I'm someone you were expecting to find or someone you weren't.
No, I remember seeing you all off just a few days ago, and, boss doesn't like not knowing things.
Oh,
That's okay.
then who's boss to you then? Someone with your skill set, I think, would be their own master.
That is the perfect. She's like, yeah, you would, you'd think so, but doing a job and being beholden is making sure I'm not a loose cannon, because it can get pretty messy if I don't have direction.
Oh, that's fair enough. Everyone needs some sort of North Star.
I need something, but
So,
well,
ask again, who's pointing your star north?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Well, I assume there's someone of considerable power, because I doubt your skills come cheap.
Correct.
You said you saw us off.
No, I saw you off.
Well, yes. I was correct. I was referring to you.
I see.
Saw us off. So your employer would have had to have known that we were likely heading out. Unless that was just a mighty coincidence, but I don't think that's the case with you.
Who can say?
And so I think then your employer is one of 5, potentially one of 10.
I think you'd be correct.
Then it begs the question, well, which of those 5 or 10 individuals would employ someone with your particular skill set and then send them here? Now, if I remember, and I'll go through who of the Pinto Council were here. It was Little Doris.
So you got Little Doris, you got Kelda,
Kelda.
and then so Antoinette is the like bayonet looking lady who is the second to Kelda.
Yep.
So you got one slice of the pie, and then Little Doris is over there. Currently, as it stands, the seconds and first to give you, because you would 100% have this all the time. Like, if there's something that Frank knows, it's who is the first and seconds of the council forever with your connections, and it'll become more apparent later how and why that happens. But so you got right now, Corin Ashford is the first.
Second's Ezekiel.
Second, correct, and then so he's the Chancellor of Trade.
Mm-hmm.
Then you, and if you want to do investigations on what their powers are, like what does that seat provide them, you most certainly can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because so long as they are in that seat and they do have a second, they can't just say, I'm taking this thing and not have anybody back them. They can't level up. So then you have Nesarel, who I believe currently, well, she's not technically the Arbiter of Justice just
She's the
yet.
second, isn't she? To the
Correct. To
Arbiter, which
Kale,
is
yeah.
her father.
Correct.
Yep.
And he's in Nolos right now, but
Yep.
he started to deteriorate a little bit. So it's one of those like it feels like that's happening, but it's not solidified. So that's currently what's going on there. Little Doris is the voice of the Isles, and Nyx is her second currently. And then you have Voss, who has the Spirit of Emmy as their second currently. But they have been replaced instantly with Emmy, I think, 6.0. It's either 5th or 6th. And then, excuse me, Kelda is so Voss being the Elder of Shadows. Then
Elder of Shadows.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Shadows. It's Elder of the Veil.
Okay.
But he's the the Archmage.
Okay, because I was like Shadows. I was like, wait, is he like the thief guy?
Oh man,
I'd be like,
I said you.
I'm running the saddle up to him because like every great Sith, there can only be a master and apprentice.
I know, man. I did the same exact thing with Isaac. He's like, is that what it was before? And I'm like, oh, it's like, what do I want to call
Okay,
it?
so he's the Veil.
Yeah, Elder of the Veil. Then you had Antoinette and Kelda. Kelda is the first, and she is the Marshal of Defense. So it should be Little Doris, Kelda, Voss, Corin, and Kale. 5. And then Kale is the Arbiter of Justice, or the Baba Day people. So.
Well, with the facts that he's gathered, he will attempt to piece it together in his head. So I would like to be afforded an investigation check.
Yeah, for sure. You can do it with advantage since you answered all the questions right.
Well, that is an 18. Yep.
Nice. With an 18 and picking out the ones that aren't here because they wouldn't be here if they were here, so you can narrow it down. You know Kale is probably not gonna
Employ someone like me, Brian. My natural conclusion is drawing towards Corn or Ezekiel.
How serendipitous that you got it second right. So, and it is Ezekiel.
The dice was there as a backup in case Brian didn't.
Hey, no, I love it. Inspiration. I would highly suggest you go beyond that because something that I'm affording people is if you turn in 6, I'll give you 10 minutes. It works however you want.
What do you mean?
So like if you accumulate enough, you can turn in that many, and I'll give you 10 minutes of perfect whatever you want to have happen in the game. So you can make a moment literally be yours.
Gotcha.
So something to, if you would like.
Is there a way you can create a tracker in D&D Beyond for that?
I possibly think so, but let me do this real quick. Let me hop into D&D Beyond. Because what I can do is on my initiative tracker thing, I can keep it up. Oh, I got something in. Get me out! Why did you get me out? Keep up with that there potentially. I mean, it's something that if I have it written down, I know to do it. But
yeah, that's what I was wondering is like, can you make a magic item in D&D Beyond that just has charges? Like,
oh yeah, no, oh for sure.
Like 10 charges, and you can just have the charges tapped or something. Like that.
Yeah, I like that. That's.
And then you could give that to everybody, and then they would.
Another inspiration, Brian. Sounds like that's pretty fucking clever.
You get the 6 in the next 6 minutes.
Dude, something that is funny to me, if you do one, like if people do one of these, they end up with like at least 3. Because you get one for doing it. Give you that right off the bat. And that's also in case you need to use it while you're in it.
Yeah.
So, because Johnny can't roll for shit when we do these. And it's like, fuck. But I will definitely do that. So today, just since I keep a tally, let me see. What is this here?
So I should be.
You should be at 3 if you had one starting out. So, yeah, that's incredibly funny. But yeah, because I remember, I think, funny enough, I think it was Madeline who asked, like, what happens when I have this many? And then he got the first iteration of it with the wishes. So I was like, because I like giving it like candy, and it's one of those. I'm ridiculous, so it is what it is. But very good intuitions there. So you are not taken for a week.
All right, so the council member of trade then. He seems to be the one that would be able to afford it and have reason to. He doesn't have anyone here.
That's true. That is very true. You are as wise as they say.
Yeah, well, they talk about me then.
Oh yeah, no, you were. And I don't mean just my employer, but you were definitely a topic of discussion in the latest Pension Council meeting. So.
Well then.
I guess not for not, because here you are.
Yes, here I am.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of my troop, if you want to call them that, they're not here.
Do you really consider them your merry band? I mean, only one of you plays an instrument, I think.
Well, I mean, I've dabbled, but certainly Ernest is probably the better performer. I think I'm more helping him out of pity. But 2 of the others I would consider to be worth looking out for.
I see. Well, it's a very astute way to say I might save them if I had a lifeboat with enough seats.
Right.
Okay, that's very fair.
They bailed me out of enough trouble myself, so
Okay.
I'm not returning the favor.
Okay, well don't, give away all your secrets. There, Mr. Stronghold.
Oh, well, those aren't really the secrets that I keep close.
I know. But that's my job to know, so.
I'm sure it is. Likewise mine as well. Anyway, again, so you've got Corn pointing your compass north.
Yeah, he's pointed somewhere.
Well, that's right. Do you think it suits you well then? His direction. I understand some of these questions, they may be prying, such as my nature. If they make you uncomfortable, you don't have to answer them.
No, it's not that I don't want to, because, I mean, frankly, it doesn't really bother me one way or the other. Because whatever information you have, it is what it is. I do what I do, and I have a job, and, you know, I will not say I'm reporting to my betters as they, you know, you can see them mentally.
Oh, that's what me.
You know.
Like you're now mine.
Well, something like that.
Yeah.
Anywho, sorry, I was getting my wheels turning because doing that sort of thing where it turns into something else, I'm like,
Yeah, I just need 3 more inspiration and they are mine.
well, you know. Remember, times change.
Yeah.
But with that being said, there are so many things that you can touch upon in the, like, and we can do multiple ones of these where it's like, you know, leading to this and to this, because depending on how well your stuff goes, like if you're searching or if you're right place, right time, I will send you links to unlisted things. You can get the recording of that. Or I'll send you like clips of stuff. And it'll be like,
So he actually starts accumulating secrets.
so I was like, that'd be kind of fun. But yeah, no. So yeah, I did my job because get to meet lovely people like you.
Well, that's better enough, and I'm touched you considered me lovely. Well, if you're ever looking for a different avenue of employment, I will still point you in the right direction. Or if you just want to change things up for the sake of changing them up, for someone that will see you more as a peer rather than a subject, please don't forget about me.
Would you like to make a persuasion check?
Yes, I would.
Okay, you most certainly can. That's pretty delicious. You can make it with advantage.
I will take a free advantage on my persuasion. Oh, that was a 15 plus 10. Yeah, he's got good. I put the social skills really high up there because he gets. I got expertise in them.
Oh, nice.
It says plus 10, so I've got 4 plus expertise, which would double proficiency, which is a 3.
Yeah.
So that gives it to 10.
Nice. Okay. She's like, well, you won't necessarily be afforded the same luxury as my current boss, but if you want to send me a message and see if I can help you out. My name is Cade. Kayde, as I'll spell it for you.
Yeah, I need to just go put them in. I guess I'll put them in allies right now. They're not an enemy yet.
Right. It is wild being 5 days apart in time in regards to what's happening and stuff, and I'm like, I remember this job and I love it. Yeah, there you go. That's John's.
I wrote Shadow of Corn Ashford, and it said Shadow of Corn Ashford. No, I want Corin.
Oh.
There we go. Well, Cade. Obviously, I know you have another employer, and this relationship will take time to build.
No, I think that's what you lot are pretty good at, right?
Some of us more than others. I just ask if you do plan, or your current employer directs your compass in my direction, if you'd afford me the luxury as a peer, well, just a heads up.
Okay, how do I let you know? I'm one for certain kinds of miracles, but I very, very lightly dabble in magic, so.
Oh, well, nothing that spectacular. I just have a couple of drop boxes.
I see.
Leave me a mark or a note. Something that only you and I will know. It'll be our little secret.
Okay. Well, thanks for the beverage.
Well, certainly. And, a token of goodwill, I'll give you some of the proceedings I get from this, though I suspect you're not one for much of coin, so instead, is there a favor I can impart for you? Again, peers, not subjects.
Well, seeing as me giving you a favor to ask would mean that you then have the upper hand because you have more information about me than I have on you, in a way. It would be something mundane, so then I don't want to cross our line as peers, so let me think about it. Maybe there's something that I can do that will coincide with a warning if one's needed.
That's fair enough. I'm always on the lookout for information. I've got when I'm traveling with, looking into some of their parent colleagues. So if anything comes up that's interesting about any of the troop I travel, I'll take that information and for return information that may help out your current employer.
Okay. Huh. Do you know who they're actually going down there to see at the farm?
Who we were supposed to meet. What are you talking about? Us, the collective?
Right. I mean, the folks who traveled down there who were supposed to engage with.
Well, best I knew, we met a handful of them on our travels.
An eclectic bunch.
You could say that. There was certainly some information that we learned that was troubling. It also gave, to me, well, let's just put it this way. The metal for what they set out to do was tested, and it broke.
Yeah, I have no doubt, especially if you're here. By the way, how'd you get back here?
Oh, well, fate.
They'll laugh out loud. Someone's like, that wasn't funny. But you said something else in real life, and
Yeah.
it's like, and she's like, oh, okay. Well, may the odds ever be in your favor. They'll stand up and dust themselves off, and well, it's good to see you, Frank.
Kid.
They'll walk off.
Once they're comfortably out of view, he will exhale and immediately begin sweating.
Mm-hmm. The fuck?
Okay, boss, calm down.
I was like, what just happened? Weird. But so the thud slumped in and it's his time to
Yeah, because he'd have to definitely like stoop in, turn sideways to fit his frame into the building.
people are like he's going and getting set up to go and fight somebody.
Oh yeah. He'd throw down.
Little flap over here, just
The way he would do is he would go over to the hearth and you just kind of grab it by the head and you kind of set it on the mantle and he position it and you see it do okay.
you see it just kind of
Yep.
falls forward just a little bit, almost like a yes, but it's like, what the
And then go proceed to try to lay waste.
he's gonna go and like essentially go and Bane Batman somebody, and it's like, hey, bitch, and he's like, what the fuck? Orenda's gonna like kind of walk over like, did you just take a shower?
No, just met someone that made my heart flutter.
Mm-hmm. You be careful. Love make you do stupid things.
Oh, right. Well, I think it's a little early to tell if it's love, but certainly someone I can see eye to eye with. Much like yourself, of course.
Right. Well, things have been collected, and you said you were going to head out here in a little bit, but feel free to stick around. I'm going to go downstairs and peruse for a little bit and make my way out.
I don't think there's anything worthwhile down there.
Just hear a giant yes. That's like we're losing it.
That's how he earned his name.
Yeah, it's like fuck. No, you don't think there's anything exciting down in the depths.
Well, I mean,
I heard they had a dragon turtle in here.
well, Christ. Yeah, they did.
Where is it?
The hell if I know. Trust me, if I knew, I'd be richer than I am right now.
We'd be richer.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You could make it what do you call it?
Yeah, now it's we.
No, I know.
Then before it would have been me.
I see. Yeah, just so long as you know.
Of course, you know you catch some windfall from it.
I would certainly hope so, just not all the blame.
He'll laugh.
It's like one of those, like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
He's just vying for power.
Yeah, it's like, Well, it's great to see you. Are you gonna stay here?
Well, I mean, if you're going to go have a poke about,
Oh, you wanna come with?
why not? Let's see what we can get into.
Maybe we'll find 2 dragon turtles. It just spawned down there, a little clutch of eggs, like,
Like I said, I have to kill time for my hands to do some work, so...
oh. That's, Do you have to go back home if you don't get that back?
Oh, well... If I don't, another one can be fashioned.
I mean, Smith and Faye might be able to help you out here.
They're a little, I don't know, high on their horse. I don't want to be indebted to them.
Well, I mean, as they were, like, they look over, and you can 100%, they're thinking about a tail of Smith flying through the sky. Ping! On their big ass horse. Their big old Pegasus. So, like, nah, I understand, but I might need them one day, or at least be able to call upon them. But yes, being in debt too. Fake.
Well, and that's one thing is going to them with a blank check. Already having one that you've had withdrawals for.
Smart.
And, if it is said that this group is coming back as heroes, it just makes the blank check sweeter. I know many will cash in their favor with them as soon as they can because they're both apparently good-hearted and upstanding. But you don't know what will put them past their breaking point, and I'm one liable to find out.
Oh. Yeah, you know that old chestnut. And they're like, kind of go over all their teeth, kind of bearing them for just a second. Like, be afraid when a good man goes to war. But I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. It's too much going on. I don't know if war is going to be even a thing. It'll be just posturing and, when you have a deterrent like Kazimar and,
Well, it's posturing until one throws the first stone.
Yeah.
Which so happens that we're talking about stones that can level cities and, well, we all saw what happened the last time a group set out to do something noble.
Well, we're alive. Some of us. But, speaking of that, whenever they do get back, I think Kazimar's on its way here to restock before it goes to, I hear it's going to Belthanor afterwards, but, so.
Belthanor, that's the...
Black and white. That's the kind of the gothic place that you can buy anything.
Yeah, that's the land of, like, anarchy. Yeah.
Well, it's like the place where...
well, I guess its only rule is if you can afford it, you can do it.
That is...
So it's not complete anarchy.
Right. I mean, they're rouge. The way that the mover and the shaker, I should say that there is a literal mover and a literal shaker having come up with...
Maraca.
That's very close. It's so funny, man. I was like, too funny. But, it's going to Belthanor, then the furnace, which is why I thought about your hand. If you had to go home, might be able to catch a ride on that. Then it's, acting as security below the event. So, did you get invited? Being some of the Pentacouncil's, little go-getters.
Well, I haven't had the chance to discuss much, but I do at least know of one, maybe two, that have an invitation.
I see. Well, I'll be your +1. You don't have to ask. I appreciate the offer.
I have no other way. Now the question is really how are we going to jimmy this lock as he kind of hops over the bar. No, that's look.
Sorry, I got excited talking about going to a wedding.
Right, and he'll kind of unroll his thieves' tool on the mat and then just kind of start inspecting.
So because he explained it like perfectly one of the sessions. It's one that you can definitely do with the thieves' tools. Orinda will give you assistance, and they're like, it looks like what is it? Standard. There's no. Is there any magic on it? Her hand's hovering over it.
well, the first thing I was going to check for was, if Ernest trapped it or not. So, he's going to look out for runes or mechanical switches.
She's looking around. The bartender is like, he didn't care, but it's one of those like, who are these fucking people?
You're on my payroll.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, he doesn't care. So funny. That's it. Alright. Thank you very much. Thanks so much, man.
Good.
Thank you. Awesome. Oh. It's like, hey, Brian, it's weird.
One thing I may think about doing is potentially using Melodies West as for his headquarters. Kind of the build that was left. Forging over it and being like, oh, what's left Frank, sorry. Like Frank has the actual.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Done. That's amazing. What's so cool is you come here and still wow, you want it. Because, like, and it's the work, and it's deep, and it's one of the things very high with, and even like just sort of certain like how we're actual things. Because the fact that the dragon dying out there makes it a issue.
Well, and what I was thinking is the deep to where all of the Melodies West is.
Yeah.
The upper portion is corners. Everything below the surface is Frank's. And Frank will start to actually
Oh yeah.
build it out. Like an underground network that connects to the sewers.
One thing that I need to do, like, hard is get the,
I'll go to Dungeon Draft and draw it out.
that's the thing, is, I need to see which one I actually have, so, because I need to be able to do that for the city, and also, I'm gonna have actions. You gotta let everybody know. Indians are like, here, you want this? You want that? It's like, yeah. Because I was looking at it, I was like, our own, like, super president. He should have Facebook now. He's the new chancellor, or he's the new secretary. And all positions are trans superpower is infinite. So literally, when you're like, oh, I'm gonna build this out.
Well, and that's the thing is like, I use the chancellor for me to fund the shadow government that's on the road.
100%. What? That's a good part. Well, I say that. Understand this. You could ask them for a match, whatever you want. Actually, we have to realize that the guys who are part of this hobby is the reason why we have rural picture and stuff. And said, hey, we are being very frivolous with it, and that's not good, and you're gonna pay for it. So, and folks, wish for the attunement requirement to go away.
Yeah.
And they sit there and they're like, look at a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
It's like, oh. Well, be mindful if you say and ask for whatever you want, but don't go over. If he ever offers you $10,000, because of how, for one, how much you play the game, and two, how old Frank's got on, how savvy he is, he's like, hey, you wanna go beyond the restriction of attunement stuff?
No. Frank's whole thing is the gluttony of power that's happening.
Oh man, it's insane.
Is not sustainable.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he has a problem. Does he also want,
Well, what's super fun about all that is, like, Real lock is the whole deal of the, so bring around the injector people. I already have the cure to be able to get to bigger areas. Because if that's what that shit is, then for me it was access.
Well, yeah. That's the thing is, like, Frank's, the shadow government is the one that keeps the power in check on the occasional rebalancing these stones. Not to say that they're necessarily, they think they're doing power. He can understand at some point very well if he makes too many of the decisions or the, like, it needs to be removed. So he's got to meter and set himself a limit where he's like, I cannot cross this threshold. Like, it's truthfully going wrong, and the council is doing stupid shit, like, throwing stars on entire villages, and, justifying that kind of stuff. Or say someone has infinite capital, yet they're still a slum. Like, those things need to get balanced.
I'm so happy you said that lesson to the point of like, oh, there are slums, and it's like, yeah. My first inclination to ask you about that, with that whole scenario with those wishes. Like, oh, Nick, you don't want to bring your parents back or say that's what I was.
Yeah. It was all self-centered, which Frank understands. Frank is, I know is a good person, but he has his own moral code that he wants to follow.
Well, let me tell you, you're gonna get every opportunity to have this, that, and the other. So, and I'll,
that's also metered with. I don't want to necessarily, be attributed to a player kill.
No, for sure.
But maybe just kind of like hey, you need to reset.
Well, one thing too is it doesn't necessarily have to be like kill like blitz. Get something where it's like, okay, you gotta. Frank is a tailor, and he's like, I'm your britches shrinker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You need to short this up a little.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, with that, you 100% can make that check. And any of the barkeepers like, alright.
Yeah, so I'll do that investigation check with Lorinda.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 plus 8, 20.
Yeah, so with this, from what I can recall, if somebody had to come in here and like work on something or get something, this would be one of the harder ones to, I'd say, enchant. Because if it was like a rune, someone would step on it or say the wrong thing, or So with a 20, you both are looking around like this. Also needs to be quick access, so you don't need to disengage anything more than just a lock to go. So
it's just
So you are good to go on the lock, and she'll help you again. The dwarf comes over and just like kind of does a thing where he's being the barrier between y'all and the bar, like outside of it, so no one can see you. He's doing a wide stand. It's like a shield dwarf almost, like So
that'd be a 21.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, the from what I can recall, it wasn't like anything crazy special. Like they might get a harder one down in like a chest or something, if it was anything else like that. But from what I can recall, it's so funny you talking about people asking for their favors and everything. Because their eyes went and got the conductor on the way out. So his big axe or whatever. That was hilarious. It was like, hey, But lock open. A little musty, but you know, haven't opened in a few days. And it's cooler down there, being below the surface. You know, solid stone, I guess, around. And then there were 2 rooms, like a big room and then 2 offshoots, from what I remember. So one being an actual like bedroom type place, and then another being which was the larder, like the actual storage room. So since
Frank would be looking for the deed or the title.
Okay. You do an investigation down there. If you tell her into what you're looking for, she'll help you. If not, I'll just have her roll separately. She'll just be like, whatever. Right, she's looking for like just things, little tickets. So.
He just kind of let her in on what he's thinking, and in the event Ernest was to go away.
Well,
this location is central from the leaving of the dock into the market. So it's a really good spot where a lot of information was in his hands. So, let's her know, like, I wouldn't mind having my name on the deed as a co-owner.
Dude. She's like, oh, that's a really good idea. Do you let her look as her own role, or do you take advantage? I'll explain the reason why after you make your decision.
He's going to take advantage.
Okay. The reason why, and you can 100% have advantage, if you let her make her role, she would look where she knows it would, like she would put it. So you would have insight into where she would go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But depending on how good your role is, it might be one where she's helping you with a, why don't you try over there, and you might still get the best of both worlds.
It's a 19, so a 27 investigation.
Holy shirt. She's like, yeah, why don't you, try, it's gotta stay dry, it's gotta be easily accessible, not ruined. Why don't you try in the bed frame? And they'll like point, not that it's a 4-post or whatever, but either.
8-post.
Huh?
It's an 8-post bed. It's just a prison.
Yes. that's where your soul's trapped. Like, Jesus. You could kind of technically could say that if it was 4 up and 4 down. Where do the posts end? One of the, you go over to one of the little legs and you I can twist this off. All right. And then inside it's rolled up and, yeah.
So with that, Frank will go over to one of Ernest's, assuming he has a writing desk. And he goes, got it. You keep poking around, I'll get busy to modifying this document a little.
Oh, I see. Well, all right. And you'll hear him just kind of like tinkering around. You feel like a little bit of steam on your leg. But when you look over, nothing's there. It's one of those, like, this place will be haunted by a little baby there. Like, what the fuck is that?
And then
forging
on the document
Yeah.
language, and I'm assuming on there he would see the information about Cormac.
You would see, standard boilerplate, like, had a military notary to it. And then, in the event of death, blah, 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 blah. And, excuse me. And it's pretty cut and dry. So. And then you are, now currently, a 50% beneficiary of an establishment.
Yeah. And if you need a roll for how good the forgery is, I can roll a deception check.
Since you can take your time and, like, you're not being rushed, I'll say, do you have the kit, the forger's kit? If you have that, then you're good.
Okay.
Because that would let you, like, fix a mistake or anything like that. So that would be fun.
There's just a bunch of crossouts where he keeps writing other party members' names. He's like, nope.
Like, if Ernest dies, it goes to Ernest. Damn it. So, do that. Orinda rolled a 5 on the die. Gets a 15. So it's like, why does he have so many coats?
That's like the first interaction with Frank, as he gives him his tiny coats.
No, man. But got that, and took his instruments with him, took his weapons, armor, like some coin. I mean, it's literally oh, and they'll hold up like the fucking Thursday stew recipe. It's like, we did it. All right, well, you've won, and then she'll flick you a gold coin, and that's since you found the coolest thing. Since y'all are going not necessarily head to head, but it being a playful little like Also, that'll be very fun later when you're like about to kill it. You found the coolest thing. What's that? The afterlife. It's a cheat. Come on. So. But, yeah, that's pretty good work. One-handed.
I've had 15 or so years to practice.
Well, I guess that's true. Damn.
I mean, you don't just rely on the magical mechanical hand. You gotta know how to function without it.
I mean, I could see that. I'd hate it. No. Did you feel something with the mechanical? Like, is there like, you can actually feel touch, like warmth and cold and all that?
To a degree, the enchantment that on it gives me some sensation, but not as much as my other hand.
Yeah.
Just enough so I know if I'm starting to fuck up with like a pressure switch or pushing a little too heavy on the pin.
Makes sense.
Also helps me know when the tea is ready.
Yeah, I was gonna say it goes done. She's well. That's not too bad of a thing. Hopefully, you do get it back within a reasonable amount of time, because I can't imagine. But with that being said, excellent work with just one. Is there a Something you need to do with that now? Like, take it to somebody, or you're just gonna put it back?
Oh no, it just goes back. So he'll tuck it back in, just like it was.
Okay. Well, you will tuck it in there, and Lorinda will like, yeah. And as they're kind of looking, they're looking at like the dust, right, from one place to another. So they're gonna like and make them all even. So when it settles again, it'll look the same. And then, like, oh, what the fuck happened over here? And it'll see just blood spurts on the wall from where there was a nice mange. It looks like.
You thought the dragon turtle was a farce then, did you?
It looks like it is.
I mean, if you got any use for dried turtle blood, have at it.
You said you got a forger, you got a forger's kit and a thieves tools? There's like some tools with you?
I do.
Help me take this off if you don't mind. Dried dragon's blood in general is not something to scoff at.
And so, in fact, instead of using either of those two kits, we use a kit that's more suited to it, a poisoner's.
Water.
Because I have now all the kits I wanted.
Nice.
Thieves, forgery, poisoners, and do I have disguise? I thought I had disguise as well.
Well, if you have that, y'all can use a, I forget, does that have charges? I know you can take some stuff off, but...
Disguise kit and poisoner's kit.
Yeah.
You gain a disguise kit and a poisoner's kit. Okay.
Over.
So I should have. Did I just not put the disguise kit in? No, there's disguise. Forgery, poisoners.
Neat. That's fine. A poisoner's kit. If you have one. Let me see. If you have one.
What the heck did it do with my thieves' tools?
Well, that's a good question. Oh, I made the. I made that item while we were talking about it.
Which one?
It's called Inspiration Well.
Oh, okay.
So that's a homebrew item. It's a wondrous item. No attunement required. It just has it has up to 20 charges. Right, and there's no reset. It's just like you have or you go up or down, however many you have. And I believe that's something that people can get since I made made it on here. Let me see. Yeah, Inspiration Well. Neat. So, Jimmy. Candy. We're not ready.
You said it was called.
So it's the Inspiration Well.
There we go.
Nice. That's cool. It's not there.
Okay, now let's go actually into it. Ah, nice.
Sweet. That
So,
that there.
available charges currently are 3.
Sweet. That's so cool. Good, good looking out there, sir. That's fun.
I think that'll help everybody out.
Very good. Yeah. That's one of those like, man, I should have thought of that on.
That's just one of those, like, you can keep track of one inspiration on your character by just having a portrait. And I was like, well,
Right.
I don't want to have to like keep updating the notes or keep something on the side, even though that'd be easy enough to do.
Oh no, I feel you. I get that. Well, my desire was to have dice I could hand y'all, right? And you'd have up to 3, and you could only have 3, and da 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 da. But every time I try to pick like it'd be something kind of similar to this. Like I just want like a yellowish gold. Like there you go. Like here's your golden opportunity or whatever, you know. But every time I found one that I liked, they only sold them in sets of 7 in a full kit, and they were, you know, medium expensive. But I was like, well, I have resin because I was doing stuff with the potions. I was like, oh, I'll just make them. It's like, well, Ryan has molds. Well, the molds deteriorate over time, so they weren't good enough to me to be like, oh, I need to. So instead, we'll just do the smartest thing we could. It cost us nothing. with the power of friendship, we came up with literally the perfect solution. So very good, sir. And yeah, the inspiration well, there it is. Everyone can have one. No attunement required. And I'll have to make sure folks don't count that when I'm like, I'm a magic item, you know. You know.
Could be an inspiration ball.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. But Orinda will like, all right, well, I'm doing enough damage up here. And you see she has a coat. Like, start passing these out and be like,
is there a roll that's needed to help with the blood off?
So, excuse me, since you have the kit, it's add to proficiency, like you can add the proficiency to a check to do that. So, if you want to, what do you call it, roll a sleight of hand with advantage, that would basically be able to get it off.
Okay.
So, and if you get above a 25, I don't know how good it is, but you can have proficiency plus your dex. I don't know if sleight of hand, like you said, it was the...
yeah, sleight of hand, I have a +5 in it, so...
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll say if you get above a 20, above a 20 will work, because it's dried, so it's hit or miss anyways. But...
Ooh, 18.
Okay. With that, like, you're able to get definitely, like, a solid chunk off. Like, someone could still buy this. It won't be able to make, like, a magical... item, but they're like, ooh, yeah, I think the Sanctum might like some of that. That's incredible. You just make steam with how hot your mouth is. It's different.
Well, it was.
Sure. Ooh.
All right then. Well. This was an absolute joy.
It was. We'll have to ransack some more places later.
For certain, but for now, I think I'm gonna skedaddle as he hears the thuds. Before this gets too much more out of hand.
Agreed. You should hire that person if we need a hit done.
Oh yeah. I planted the seed. Let's see if it grows. We'll try to water it. And when it's time to harvest.
Okay. I was gonna say, you might want to get rid of that doll. Give me the creeps.
Get rid of the dog.
The doll
Oh.
that he's bought the thing.
Yeah, well, I do plan on being in the air of that giant. If I can.
Well, then watch out, it might bend you.
That's right.
Not in a fun way.
Maybe not even bend. Maybe just using it as a goddamn club.
I would pay to see that.
I'm sure many would. But yeah, Frank will definitely have sent Fudd to the group.
Nice.
Because he can also trust that Fudd's too stupid to actually understand what's going on.
Amazing. Stu's over there talking to him. He's like, hush your dad. Just like, he's using you. We need to end this. Just being very nonchalant. Because, I mean, Stu's dead. It doesn't matter. He didn't care. It's one of those, I'm tired. My head's tired to you. Oh my goodness gracious, that. Well, Yeah, love me some thud and stew.
Yep.
Well, like having the ability to do that and then give Stu some extra movement, so then when he can finally do the wild shape in the air to be a flying thing, it's like he literally becomes the drone thing. You run and you toss, and it's like, holy crap!
He is the UAV that can be launched and potentially even like a kill drone.
Well, that's the thing. I saw somebody today talk about like mundane items that you need, like everybody should have, like a bullseye lantern, oil, standard ration, standard box rope, caltrops, all that, because in like a more grindy game, they're like so fucking good. Like the oil thing was cool because all you gotta do is have your little alpha meter, drop some oil, sits there, and then you take your torch or you firebolt it, so you can either have the owl take the torch, or you can just firebolt the oil on the ground, and that's a free whatever amount of damage. It's not like insane, but it's automatic damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things that you can do with the gears. Like if you've got a lantern, for instance, it already has a mechanism that can effectively help create a bomb. So then you need gunpowder and caltrops, and then now you have like a pipe bomb, effectively, that you can set off and it shoots caltrops out instead of just like ball bearings. Or if you have ball bearings, then
Jesus,
all you need then is a scroll case.
It's fucking swordfish. Never understand. Oh my goodness gracious. Ooh, that'd be awesome. Well, you head back up. You have your muns. The purse so far for all the fights together. So what I've done here is, well, actually, I'll give you the same opportunity I gave Johnny. I have a D100 and a 4, like D4. I will roll this. Understand this. I have I'm going to give you 2 options.
Okay.
One, and if there's a third, fourth, more clever one, just let me know. You can either take this in gold pieces. So it goes the 4 is the 100 spot, and then the 100. But the 4, so it goes 1, 2, 3, and then a 4 is a 0. That's how it gets to only the 100. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, so the 4 is 0,
okay.
So you can go up to 300.
Okay.
Right, and then this is still going to be the 1 and 10's place.
Okay.
This is the 100's place. So you can make effectively up to 399 gold.
Gotcha.
Makes sense.
So okay, so now I see what you're saying. So
4 is 0.
Would just be 0, and then whatever's on the D100. Got it.
So, trust me. I was like, this is
that's pretty good.
It's not bad, but to keep us
it takes a little bit of time. So I was like,
I feel that.
Cool, it's a 0. So if you roll a 0, and then you roll 100, is that 1,000?
Yep. And I was like,
let's do it.
Give it to me. I have a chart that has 350 magic items on it. Would you like that to be your thing? It's to be a random magic item, 1 through 350, or would you like to roll the gold? And the reason why I say that, you might get a magical item that you could potentially fence for something for more, or you might get something that may be useful. And it's a way that, because in these, I know some folks are like a little magic item starved a little, or it be the side missions are literally you can go into town and get inspiration, gold, items, whatever, trade some stuff out and be like, hey, I'm back, we're cool, and like you're essentially like whomever's doing it is, I don't want to say like cashing up, but this is the way that you get to like get it's Sonic 2 when you go to the casino level and you play the freaking slots, and it's like, if you want to do it, you can do it too. So, And I'm fine with either. It don't matter to me either way.
Let's just see what the magic item is. That sounds fun. Like gold is very practical because that will be useful for hiring and paying people. But he's sitting on 307 right now.
Oh, word. Okay. You right.
Let's just see because, like you said, it's not that great. He can hopefully fence it and it may make out with even better.
4, so it's 0.
Okay.
And you get a 27.
Nice. That's the second time 27's been rolled.
Yeah, I know. I was like, if we rolled again, somebody's getting hurt.
Well,
No.
that's 27 plus 27. That's 54.
Would you like to just name your number then?
No, I'll see what 27 is. I'm just seeing what we got. Have it be a fucking skeleton key.
No. Well, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be giving this to you. So
if it's that rod of endless command where we
no. No, I would just lie and be like, oh no, you got a skull or some shit. No, but they're gonna bring out.
Sebastian, when you have the stick.
They're gonna bring out. Do you want Orinda to give it to you, or would you like it to be delivered?
I mean, Orinda can, like, if this is happening as he's getting ready to.
Well, because the goal would all be like settled and stuff, and somebody might like.
Yeah.
It's gonna make sense if this comes either at the tail end of this, because it's the WWE belt. Guess which one it is?
Is it the best giant strength belt that you can get?
It's just belt of giant strength.
Okay.
Like with this, it's the rarity. Oh, so I see. It just says giant strength. I have to then come up with which one it is. In addition, wait, you're at 4. How many of them are there? You know?
I don't know. We can find out. Because you know what's funny is that was what I wanted. That was one of the magic items I wanted Thud to have. So this is only getting presented to Thud.
Oh my god. Well, and that's the thing. Like they're like, hey, you get this, and they're like, oh, this is worth a shitload of money, and you're like, let's get ready to rumble. Oh my fucking god, dude.
To me, Frank then would present that to Thud, and that's how Thud gets on Frank's payroll.
Okay, cloud giant strength.
That sounds good.
It's it's one of the 2 legendaries. Their strength is a 27.
Thud leveled up.
So
we go into his thing. What they're getting.
Yeah, you're good.
Inventory, manage.
So let me something that I found that was kind of fun. I'm going to have this.
Fire giant, frost, stone, cloud. The only one that's higher than that is storm.
Right.
Holy boy! Add to your equipment, my dear Frank. Not Thud. Equip. Does that update? Should.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure they're attuned, it's equipped, and all that.
Where do you do the attune?
It's underneath your equipment, under like armor or bottom of the items. You got 3 spots on there. That is there's a belt of. That becomes immediately Hulk Hogan. Like, hey there, brother. Oh my god! It's like, like, why are you never wearing a shirt? Listen, brother.
This beautiful oaf has a 27 strength.
Is that a +9? Plus 8? Jesus Christ. You said, what did I say? That was Cloud, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Cloud Giant Strength. Because this was Cloud Giant Strength. So, what they do is they present this to you. And they're like, yeah, someone said the winner could have this. And they present it to you right in the system. Big old belt. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to have Ultron speak. So, just a heads up. Actually, let me have it speak through this because it's pretty neat. And the descriptions this thing gives, pretty dang cool. I need to actually have this do some more of that stuff. Okay.
Absolutely. Here's a detailed championship-style description of a belt of cloud giant strength, reimagined as a wrestling or gladiatorial title belt, forged for titans of the arena, soaked in myth and divine ego. The belt of cloud giant strength. Visual description. The Titan's crown is no mere accessory. It is a throne worn at the waist. The belt is a colossal, weighty band of adamantine and star-forged bronze, etched with ancient runes in cloud giant high speech, glowing faintly with ethereal blue mist. The surface shimmers with a pearlescent sheen like sunlight caught in thunderheads. At its center is a massive buckle, shaped like a stylized storm cloud, ringed in laurel leaves made from silver dragon scale. Embedded within the buckle is a single, uncut sky sapphire, the size of a fist, pulsing with a heartbeat-like glow, constantly swirling with internal clouds. Each pulse radiates a faint thrum of magical power, like distant thunder rumbling across mountaintops. The belt itself is bordered with thick cloud steel braid, flexible but impossibly strong, woven from the hair of storm spirits and reinforced with meteoric iron. Across its length, 6 ornamental blade segments depict heroic feats of strength carved in bas relief. A cloud giant wrestling a kraken, hurling a mountain, holding up a crumbling sky bridge, breaking a titan's blade in hand, lifting a castle on one shoulder, and finally crushing a mortal god beneath foot. Size and fit. Though enormous and seemingly impossible to wear, the Titan's crown automatically resizes to fit its bearer, but never subtly. When donned, a shockwave of wind bursts outward as the magic bonds to the wearer, accompanied by the faint laughter of some long-dead giant king. The belt lifts slightly off the waist as if resisting gravity, hovering an inch above the skin, with mist swirling about the wearer's hips. Power effect, D&D mechanics. When attuned, the bearer's strength score becomes 27, the might of the cloud giants. Muscles swell, bones harden like basalt, and each step hits with the weight of a thunderclap. You are no longer merely strong. You are a force of nature.
I know.
I'll copy this. It has some additional abilities that I'll give you that if you want to have for the one is thunderous entrance. One day you can evoke the belt to create a dramatic entrance. Booming thunder, a crack of lightning overhead. You're doing the thing down the fucking ramp. All creatures within 60 feet must make a wisdom DC saving throw or be frightened until their next turn. So it's like, ow. The next one is Sky Step. The wearer leaves behind faint mist footprints and may walk across air for 1 round per long rest, as if they had the wind walk or airwalk ability. So you can run across the sky for a little bit, once per long rest. And then the next, or the last one is champion's presence. Any NPCs who recognize the belt immediately defer to you in contests of strength or prestige unless magically compelled otherwise.
So, like, as Thud's walking around town, so little Doris knows who Thud is?
Yep. Thud just he literally became the champion of Alexandria. Like, oh. Anywho, yeah, and there's some cute little lore behind that as well. I'll send that to you.
Nice.
Do you want that in text or Discord?
If you through Discord, then I can always copy it into the item as well.
Sweet. I'll Discord you up there, buddy.
Ooh, that worked out really well.
That was bananas. That's why I like to offer magic items, because that stuff's crazy.
Well, that just is, to me, like, I was going to give Thud a giant strength belt anyway. He got one that makes sense just from a story perspective.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's like, okay, well, this is the first of many, and he's like, the next time he comes out, he's got fucking satin trunks and the belt.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, excuse me. What would you like to do for the rest of your evening?
Well, if he stayed close to when that was wrapping up, so this is just before dawn, he would make his way back to get himself a long rest back to his home.
Okay. So, you are coming back early from a mission. How do you approach your domicile? Do you take any special routes? Do you take any special precautions? Do you just hope the dude who's always asleep there has done their thing?
Well, I don't think the dude that Frank went out on a mission, so he's not worried about him seeing him return. He also, he wasn't disguising himself at all while inside of Melody's Rest, and that was by decision.
Right.
So very likely Kelda and, well, I'm not sure Kelda would really know who Frank was specifically, outside of by name, maybe not by visual recognition, because I don't think he's interacted with her.
Well, another thing too is,
but little Doris certainly would.
Yeah.
So he would not necessarily take his preferred route home for being completely innocuous. He'd take a not, I'm traveling back home, ha ha ha, there's nothing you can do about it route. It'd be kind of in between the two. A little bit of subterfuge, a little bit making sure that he's going through some of the areas of town where there would still be people up at this hour or just rising that would be able to say, oh yeah, Frank was back. If pressed. That way if the group starts asking, they may start whispering about like, hey, yeah, we saw a one-armed dwarf moving around.
that's a big thing right there is, are you showing off the hand?
No, he's not like, woo! But, he's not.
Hook, where's the hook?
He's just T-posed floating back.
You're like attached to the belt, just floating out. Okay, wanted to double check. You will bump into a so that was wild. What a little treat for us. Okay, real quick, I want to see.
If Frank kept that belt, his strength would go from an 8 to 27.
Someone who shouldn't have that as a belt.
Hey, why did you just change all of Frank's levels into barbarian?
Yeah, it's like he just felt more like a as he's crushing somebody.
Just a charismatic, smart barbarian. JT's favorite.
Honestly, the second Ryan is like,
he's like Conan.
He's like Conan, and I'm like, but also too, this is an area of me just being Tom Petty because I'm not very good at though. Can I make a game exciting? I used to be able to do better at combat because it was a little bit simpler on the end of like we just wanted to kill the thing as fast as possible. Now it's one of those we need to be able to suckle on a little bit, chew on a little. One of those. I've had some okay ones. I need to still just be a lot more intentional about the progression and what are the stakes? You know what I mean?
Anytime that you want to give me a monster to play in combat and just be like, Brian, you act as this monster. I love that shit. Playing that Illithid for that little bit. Now,
so happy you
was,
do that.
Much more powerful in the moment, so it can kind of exert itself a little bit more. But I know
that was
amazing. You give
amazing.
me goblins or things like that, I'll try to make them act like they would, and then if you're like, hey, I'm going for this type of theme in this combat, I don't mind helping out with that because that's something I really enjoy is the visceral description.
I love that shit. That's one thing too. That was something I saw a good video recently. I listened to it on the way to work. It's at 5 in the morning because that's what I do. I wake up and I start listening to D&D videos, and it's this person got their wind taken out of their sails because their dungeon master they had a shitty night of rolling. We all been there. And it's you miss. That was it. Make my attack roll. Try and do this. And the dungeon master's miss. And there was no description and all that.
That's the thing is, the way you kind of offset the failure is, at least for me, and this is what I like about it as well, is that describing of, how did you miss?
Right.
You miss, but your blade hits the body.
Correct.
Cleans off the armor. I know one time I described that, and I can't remember who it was, but they're like, so you mean I hit it? And I was like, No. I was like, yes, but no. You get it. You don't do any damage.
Yeah, it's like you graze it a little.
Yeah.
Like, does it feel better? But it's one of those that they don't understand the whole concept. But
well, I think it was because
too good.
until you get used to that playing that style, a hit is a hit.
Yeah.
Is a hit, and so if you describe it as like ricocheting off, but that's what I love about it is it can be described as that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, sometimes you can even allow a miss to be a hit with inconsequential damage, like 1 point of damage.
Right. Well, and sometimes the stuff just their hide's too thick, or you hit it at the wrong angle. And because I mean, honestly, like how many people in here actually know how a sword is supposed to be used, like just efficiently, you know? Because let me tell you, none of us. Because right now, for whatever reason, my feed is this guy talking about swordplay. It's little shorts and little videos of he collects medieval weapons and like talks about actual guards and what they're saying to do.
I
and
watched
like,
a lot of those because they're
so cool.
They're fun and they have like I watched a decent amount when I was playing Oliver just so I could describe his attacks.
like it's hey, this is
Like
actually
you
what this person would do.
Yeah.
That stuff's quite cool. But
Folks bumping into somebody.
it's kind of hell, man. It's nuts, dude. Are we gonna see it on the child? Maybe I'll just be looking real hard. Fucking kills me, dude, every time. I love that so much. Alright, trying to find my cute little macaroni here. And the real reason being, I was wanting to find the big, the big map, because you were, well, hell, I guess I don't really even need the big map anymore. Now my mind's just going on me like I'm some sort of jewelry box. That's Good Boys reference. It's terrible. But
Because that show also was lost to me.
oh, bro, that's one of those where it's one of the, like you had to catch it at just the right time. I'm like, it's kind of funny, and then it's one of those like, oh, it's this. I see. This is insane, but just the kind of insane I'll take. But so, city in like in all of its cute little glory, quote unquote, to give you a little bit of a inclination about where some things are. Your place was over here, I thought. It could be wherever you want it to be.
What is it?
So residence, like, and it's kind of one of those, the nicer part is around here. Merchant's Ring is kind of like...
Yeah, he would have been in the...
slums, middle class, upper, and then middle's around the side. And then there is stuff outside, too.
Yeah, he would have been in one of the middle neighborhoods on this side because he was closer to the Merchant and the Arcane Tower. Because where he worked was the library.
Nice, yeah, sweet. I like it a lot. So, very cool. And then effectively, if we were looking at the other little guy here, so with that, like I said, if we shifted this back, and then you had your thing here, so you're like right in here.
Yeah.
Sweet. If I can get this ready to go, I can just click and it zooms in on your house. And then it's like on the street, and then I can click again and it actually goes into your house. But this is procedurally generated. So you got to keep up with it very carefully, and if you don't, you just go somewhere else for like you just get another.
It's always like,
yeah, and I'm like, damn it, because I like the style of it, and but the problem is it is difficult to in the application itself. Like it makes perfect little I need some like right now. You can't like make that your own as much as you would want in like Dungeon Draft or something like that. So it's making me sad. But so yeah, you go into your house, you're heading there. Nothing too wild's happening. Little Doris does clock you. Kate's talked to you, so you potentially know that others know that you're there. Then so I'm gonna retcon just a hair. While you were in the establishment, make a perception check for me. Make a straight perception check, and see if you can see something.
14 plus, that spells not what I needed, skills. Perception is a 4, so an 18.
Okay. You can't be exactly sure because it's a lot of hustle and bustle.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see Cade, it's like they're making their way to the door.
Mm-hmm.
They leave your vision before connecting to the door and getting out. Right, so it's either, well, it could be, as you well know, one of a plethora of things. But to give you a heads up on, is it invisibility, is it teleportation, is it disguise, is it literally X, Y, or Z? Do they exist at all? Kind of a deal, so. But
So they've through something, either him not having as much paying as much attention now that he's made an initial connection, either they've changed into somebody or potentially gone invisible or something like that.
correct. So that's the that is the rub there, and they severed the mental connection when they were done talking to you.
Yeah.
But just a little bit of a heads up here if you get because obviously you're going to interact with that person more since for one you're back, and two y'all been engaged in a way that was pretty pleasant, so they don't have to come out straight and be like yeah. But so your apartment is same as it was, or like your house or wherever you're staying. Dude are still asleep. Feels like it's the same guy every time. It's like, who is that?
Just the ever-present security guard A.
Yep. And he's like, and he does the, sees who it is, and then that's who it was. I'm like, I'm getting this map out for some reason. On the way to your house, kind of in between the Merchant's Ring. Okay, so you got to go kind of around here to get back. So when you kind of make your way out, almost in this little area here, so kind of right outside the slums, almost in the direction that Gentleness lives, you would see the same lady, because it's right before dawn. So it's most people should be in their domiciles unless it's a vagrant or somebody looking to cause trouble or a guard or whatever. And you see the blonde-haired lady again.
Blonde-haired lady.
It was the person who told you where Gentleness lives. Looks like Rebecca from Ted Lasso. Okay.
I'm trying to remember the interaction with...
So her name was Cynthia.
Okay.
It felt like she was a little old lady. She's not really a little old lady, but it's more of a, she looks like she's in her 40s or something like that. Pretty tall, thin, like a platinum blonde hair, looking essentially a little bit younger than the Rebecca from the show. And they're very pleasant, very kind and whatnot. And y'all, put on the charm a little bit, and then
That's right.
They told you where Gentleness was. They're in that building.
Yeah.
So you'll see them around again. And I don't know what time you guys went last time, but it almost makes sense that they're out and about again. But it's one of those. So they're out there, and they notice you and go, "Oh, back so soon."
Not for the same reason, no.
Oh, well, I wouldn't have guessed that.
But,
I didn't hear the guns go off, so I didn't think y'all were back yet.
well, so you knew we had departed on the home bridge as well, then?
That's what I had heard, yeah.
Well, I guess word gets around fast.
Well, if you know who to ask.
Right, and who do you go asking then?
I read a lot of books and probably things that shouldn't. Oh.
Well, I'm always one for expanding horizons and
The library's got some good ones, and Gutenberg actually prints me off, at least one a week. So that's a kind soul. I know it is boring, but it's the best way I know how to get information.
Oh, it's through the print shop then.
Well, I mean, that's where I read a lot, not necessarily where I read that about y'all.
Any particular interesting books or pamphlets made its way out of there recently? Anything I should keep an eye out for that would be interesting to read?
Just thinking about that. Yeah, it's a really hard worker. It's a good kid over there. Like, you know, nothing killed me, dude. God damn it, that was so fucking funny. Like, well, the next book I'm having to make.
Oh, and she saw Varric, not Frank.
Which one?
Cynthia.
Oh, well, then she's giving stuff away then.
Okay.
That's fine. At this moment, because in this particular instance,
It would have been more like, hey, you're up at this hour too?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and actually, even then,
But she would have, I mean, if she was connected and knew that Frank was the one that went on the mission, so it would have just been a minor tweak of, oh, you again. It's no, oh, hey, it's you, Frank, the one that was sent out.
it would be one of those where, like, I wouldn't mind forcing the point of, like, this person knows who you are in every facet, but if that's also, like, we can have a lot more fun if we tweak just a hair, and it can be a little game of, hopefully not cat and missile. So, like, oh, yeah, she's like, I thought you were blonde last time. And shut her. I was like, what? No, but she'll, it's like, well, if we're looking for, things to read, I think I'm going to let my new acquaintance borrow it, but when he's done, I'll give it to you. Because you might find it pretty interesting. And I don't think Gutenberg will give it away to anybody else. He likes to print up both sides for me. And they think that's super fucking fascinating. Because they're like, in their mind, they only print on one side.
Oh no, it can duplex.
But the Fiends, like the music had cut out, and I was like, oh shit. And I was hoping it wasn't going to be like something like, it's all trying to be all tense and shit. And I'm like, no. Don't need any of that shit. But, like, yeah, when he's done, give it to you if I know where to send it.
Well, you can always send it to the library.
That's very true. One half is a history of Alexandria, so.
Here, and if you do, just have him return it to this position. And he will notate down a particular section order for it to be returned to.
Okay. Done. I'm like, give you too much.
Because
Gotta bring it back in.
The drop locations that Frank has, very similar to how the woman got sucked into whatever where he'll have often stuff delivered as a particular section, and that is a cue from when he would typically go in to check. He would see, hey, has anything been checked into there? If the answer was yes, then he's like, hey, I've got something I need to go look at. It's either tucked in a book, innocuously, or could be a whole thing itself of letters, just whatever.
Word. Well, she'll mentally notate that and okay, that's doable. Well, enjoy the sunrise, I guess. And be safe getting home.
Alright, yeah. You have a good day yourself.
And they just walk off.
Yeah.
It can be as socially awkward as possible. Well, let's see. You get back, you're good to go. You know who the Princess Wave or the Princess Non-Wave, and everything's pretty much the way you left it. There's no really change, and because most people would like to be gone, and the whole deal of what like you and Arenda said earlier was, well, if somebody tries to get at you while you're not here, it's like real love. So you get in there and it feels almost like getting back from a vacation, where it's like, yes, it smells like me. So you get your long rest there, bud. Word. So sunrise, 8 hours. Yeah, I mean it's like noon. No, yeah. A little like 10 or 11. You could push that up. And then, so with that, you'll be. This was the first day, and what I'll do is I'll put what's going down over here. Kind of extra things going on. This is kind of setting a date up of what or who it was, just for this, and then okay, on that day you expired. Not really. So let's see. WWF.
Title fight.
Yeah, title fight at Melody's Rest. Cloud Giant Strength Belt awarded. Good.
So happy to see us that.
Okay, man. Awesome, and then you also made some coin. Get that going.
I got an introduction to Cade.
Yeah, it's Cade, introduction. This, council meeting, then, let's see, is it option enter? Yeah, option enter. Okay, intro. Let's see. Come here. Hey.
Also modified the deed.
Yeah, that's I'm putting that on it right now. It's like, homie, got some stuff done there. Awesome. So that. I'm like, nah. Okay. Then you got your long rest, and now you're on Veles, the 14th day of Melis. So this is the 4th day of Githa phase of the moon. So that's the like red moon, and then you got the Imai, which is like the purplish, bluish moon, and then the Ankitra is the like the standard like our kind of the moon, where it's like the more lighter like yellowish, whitish color. So that was that day, and then you wake up and you're here. And Veles being Friday, effectively, because you were just in Embadis for our day. So you're good to go. You know that let's see. This is the this was the day where they got back on the World Bridge and they go to prom. Where y'all the choreomancer. And the fact that Madeline put that's the title of that episode for her is the party goes to prom. Killed me. I love that so much. And then did that, and then on the same day they fight the Lord of Atlantis at like that evening, and then they roll up. So you have this is when stuff gets weird, right? When Nick's
one more day normal before weird.
Yeah, got a full day to do as thy wish, good sir.
All right, so I think the first thing on his agenda this day would be to get up. He will create a note.
Yeah.
Mostly thieves can. Just explaining for his hands, who he would have had instructed to check in periodically at the loose leaf for a note left for them on particular ingredients that needed to be delivered to Melody's Rest.
Okay.
Because the loose leaf also deals with teas and things like that, so naturally that is saying, once you have what I've paid you to collect, come report back to Melody's Rest and you'll find me.
Okay.
Because he'll go deliver that at the loose leaf, so potentially if there's any interactions that are worthwhile having there, we can. And in fact, Frank will actually probably want to ask around for Thimble to see if she can help him source some particular things.
Oh no, for sure.
And then he would end up making his way back to Melody's Rest and then hopefully get the debrief from
Okay.
or at least the first debrief.
It's a fun one. Yeah, because they also go back to your place, having like not knowing if you're laying low still or not, or this interaction for one not having happened yet, but also they followed our friend to your place because they're trying to check to see where you're at because they got back a day early. And of course, you're not there because you're out actually, you're wheeling and dealing. But they would have followed him. And then, because it would have been like one of those. What the fuck is he doing?
Him.
Nick's.
Okay.
So Nick's got back early with the lantern and with Nessalo. That's when he came back and did all the shenanigans. So, because they've effectively talked to him on the day of, I believe it's the day of, the wishes.
Talk to
The little birds.
the little birds. Talk to Frank on the day of the wishes.
No. They talked to Nick's because they saw him and they know who that is. Like, y'all have interacted before. And then they followed him back to your place, wondering, oh, we can just all do this at the same time or whatever, or they don't have to play the game telephone if they want to tell him something than you, blah, blah, blah. But that interaction just was funny due to a particular circumstance that you'll know exactly what it is when when you engage with those little people. So, but okay, you.
I think Frank would spend most of this day as Merrick out and about.
Sweet. You can 100%.
First day, he would have appeared back in Melody's Rest and would have been more or less a little frazzled, not thinking that, hey, I don't need to necessarily be seen as myself, but
Sure.
that gives like this little rumor of, Frank's dead. No, he's not. Some people saw him around town. And then they don't see him again because he's now Varric.
Someone's just like, someone's younger. Yes. Or we're gonna just like, a little shit died after.
But part of his disguise is getting a glove, filling it with something so it can actually maintain a position of a hand
Right.
that's going over his missing arm. Since normally he can just put a glove on his metal hand, but doesn't have that right now.
Okay. People are effectively thinking either Barrick he went and did like a trip out of town, help with like, you know, guard or repair a ship or like a car or something like that, or, you know, or help even go on a boat to go fix a boat to come back, or runs a very important message somewhere. So it's one of those like, oh, hey, you know, everyone's kind of doing their normal rigmarole of.
Yeah, so he's got his more messy hair, his flat cap, you know, his more runner-esque style clothes. It's not as, well, you could say Frank's are a little worn now because he was half-eaten, but Frank's still dressed well.
Right. On DP. And, you know, we'll get the standard like, hey, what's up? You know, this, that, and the other. You'll, do you check any of like your drop places? Mm-hmm. So on the one,
he would check. I mean, he probably in total. I probably should write them out for where they are for you, but he'd have one in the library. Mm-hmm. He'd have one in the slums. He would have probably 2 or 3 scattered through like the middle upper class neighborhoods. He'd have 2 on the docks. He'd have 1 at Orenda's. He will establish 1 at Melody's Rest. And then if there is like a park, a public park, that's well maintained, he'd have 1 there.
Yeah, in between the Bastion and the Arcane Sanctum is like it's like neat, what is it? Central Park in Manhattan. So,
and how many was that?
So you have, well, let me finish writing down this. You have 1 at Melody's Rest, and then you'll have 1 at the park. All right. So that's, if you did
I need how many days are in a week?
Well, that was 9. There's it's still 7.
Still 7?
Yeah, you have 2 to 3 in the upper class place and 2 in the docks. If you wanted to take 1 from each of those, that's 7.
Yeah, we'll take 1 away from each of those. We'll keep the 2 in the docks. We'll go down to 1 in the upper class area.
Word.
Because to me, I'm thinking if he can make sure when he's doing his out and about, he can, in the course of a week, visit each drop box without, where he can also mix it up to where it doesn't have to be a pattern.
Yeah, that's very fair. Oh shit. Did I write that down right? You said 1 at Orenda's, right? Or is that kind of the docks?
I guess that would technically count the docks because of that.
That works.
So he would have what, I guess, Orenda's and probably 1 near the Dockmaster. Isn't that Eugene?
I'm so happy you remember that name. When I was doing this with Ryan today, I'm like, you got it. We talked to him last week. Like, you just talked to him because he remembered his name and like blah, 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 in the little interaction or whatever. It was so funny. So Ryan played it out in character a half million yards. Like I don't remember your name. It was quite special, but yeah, we can do that. So we got that, the Eugene's, and yeah, Eugene's fine with stuff being to look like his homies or didn't have stuff there. So we got that going. And the 1 in the upper class area, you like, depending on when you go to it, like I don't know if you try to make a sweep of all of them today since you've been gone for a little while.
He's been gone for a day and a half, so he'll probably hit 2 of them today. Upper class area would be 1 of the guard barracks.
Well, so remember, you'd be, it's 4 days out, or at least 3 days out.
That's right.
Right, so you've actually technically been gone 4.5.
Okay. Yeah, then he'll try to hit at least 3.
Okay. So, yeah, you just tell me which 3 that you do, and then I'll see what is where, if anything.
Well, let's see. So he hit the library, the park, and the docks.
Huh. Yeah.
And the donks, he would probably hit the Wharf Master drop, not Orinda's, because hopefully Orinda would have said something if she even is aware of where his Dropbox is there, and that's probably the one that she specifically knows about. That one and probably the library. The library is a common one that any of his contacts will know, but he'll handpick others that know of another one.
Yeah, got you. Let's see. Then, let's see. Of course, Orinda knows about the one that's essentially in her mailbox.
Yeah. Yeah, she would know that one. He would have established that one with more or less her blessing.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, she'd use that as well for some other random things too, if need be. So, okay. Orinda, Sapphire, Serpent, Coolio, and then.
Where is the loose leaf in the city?
So, the La Soleil should be. It's going to be near the. Where's my mouse? So, the merchant string is like over here, right? This is going to be effectively in right around here, because remember, this thing is.
So that was kind of like the upper. So that would be the upper class one.
Yeah.
Loose leaf.
Yeah.
So I guess apparently he's going to hit 4 today because he'll hit that one as well.
So, you will make your way to the. You may.
Loose leaf first, because that's probably also closest to where he lives.
Right. We will loose leaf it up. Give me. I'm gonna use the boys from my tinker real quick. Get a soda. You need something in there?
I'll throw away my trash and grab myself one.
There you go. Oh, so if you're doing cans, the Sharon, we're just collecting little tabs.
Okay.
If you want to rip those off,
And you got them.
so it's just in this little bag for now. Okay. I'll what do you call it? Put I'm gonna eventually put a little like sign up there. It's like negative. Desk, but it's my command center.
Oh, is that where you set up when you were working from home?
So I just did that the other day, like literally yesterday, because I was like, if I know Isaac's gonna be using the big screen over there, that's the screen we got from my mom, because she's like, I need to work from home. I need a giant monitor that I have to go and set up. She gets it and is like, I'm retiring. Fuck them. Would you like a 40-something inch screen? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? And I'm like, I tried it once over here, and that was the day when I'm like, whoa, 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 and I was losing my fucking mind. And I'm like, I don't like this. What a day. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, man. How y'all put up with me, I do not know. Come on now. I need one of those little things that, like, it levels us out. because back here is the lip of the stone or whatever. And I'm like, ah! So there, I was like, why could I not roll forward? What is that name? Hey, Rebellion. Or Revelon. That was a fun game. Divinity.
Anytime that anyone wants to hop on that or Baldur's Gate, I'm down. I love those games.
They're quite fun. Well, like, what I like about those is, like, they're not gonna mess up my hands. Because, like, 2.5 games of Helldivers, and I'm like,
yeah, because those ones you're very active the entire time, and that's even kind of you can find some builds in Diablo to where you wouldn't run into that issue because it's like a 1-button build.
nice.
Like, yeah, depending on how like aggressive you want to be. Like one of my favorite ones was you hit all of your skills once, and then you just went with one skill after that.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
It was one of my Necromancer builds, and it was Blood Nova. And you literally stood there and you sounded like an AK-47 going off because you would Blood Nova. You ramp up all of your attack speed, and then once you Blood Nova, all corpses would get consumed to cause another Blood Nova. And you got it to where you had % hit chance to spawn a corpse on an enemy, and you would just go boom, and then it's and you're standing there and you stand still and all you're doing is overpowering everything, and it was funny. Like I just held down R2 and I was like, dude, it's so nice. Like getting to that point to be able to make the build was like really cool.
Is that from the 4th one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, if you ever get the 4th one, like
I remember playing that one day when we got back from Sam's, like, we're all like, all right, we're going to go to Diablo 4. And I'm like, okay, it's Diablo 4. We got on, it was you, myself, Monk, and I, dude. I'm like, okay, this is awesome. I'm seeing like a dead dude. I was fucking just toast. And I'm like, go, my God, I don't want to do anything. And that was my extent of that game. And it like made me sad to a degree because I was like, oh, those can be kind of fun and it's kind of open world-esque or whatever, but the whole deal there. All right, this is the mood you get when we're going into the loose league. Yeah, I just wanted my little homie to be like, go, you guys do the thing. But
yeah, the new season is pretty cool. They've done a lot better. Of course, everyone also has their opinion of they're not doing enough to change it up.
Well, yeah. What?
You get now heraldric powers that you can attach to a skill, and then you can infuse those powers to do different things. So, like mine right now, when I use a particular power, it creates a tether between me and where my skill goes off.
That's
Anything
cool.
that's caught in that skill takes damage.
Nice, like the chain thing.
Yeah, like a chain thing.
You never beat chain.
But one of the infusions I put on it is when I use it, I go invisible for 5 seconds. So I can just effectively like circle them, not have to do anything else. I can use that time to heal or do something like that. And I'm playing a Necromancer solo, so I do this and my minions are still killing me.
Right.
And then the one I'm playing with Amanda right now, I'm a sorcerer going the Hydra sorcerer, like using all the conjuration.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just have all my friends go out and do things.
That'd be pretty fun. What's she playing?
A druid.
Nice. Okay.
And she's currently doing the storm druid, so she's got like tornado, hurricane.
That's neat.
I think she'll transition into probably companion druid.
Make you a friend.
Yeah. So she'll have, because one of the new key passives is like your companions hit harder and you get an extra one.
Oh,
So you can
okay.
have like 3 wolves, up to 3 ravens out, 2 poison creepers. But then there are other things that you can build into it that they transform your wolves into werewolves. Make your ravens like Odin's ravens, where they deal with electric damage. You can get
That is
poison creeper causes like an
awesome.
earthquake. So, like getting that one is gonna be pretty neat. Like if we can find her the right gear pieces once we get up there.
Huh. That's pretty fucking cool. That's like I don't know, that flavor helps me. But I was looking for, I'm gonna see if it's this one, but this is called Gone with Leaves.
In the loose leaf.
Yep. So I was really there it is, it's this one, sorry. Anywho. Two guys there playing like Go. Mm-hmm. and you walk in. Hi. Bling bling.
Hello there.
It has been a while since you've seen me. I got worried you stopped liking me.
It was about right time to come down and check in on you.
I see. Well, always the right time to see you. Isn't that right? There they are. I didn't put the picture in. I'm just pulling the picture up so I can look at him. But this little Edna person who and basically walking and talking, it's like, now you have her attention, but she's continuing to do things. And she's like, go, and we'll walk and talk. And her little feet are going a mile a minute. Well, what brings you back here?
Well, I figured I'd just get myself something to drink, wet my whistle before I start my runs again. Also wanted to see about procuring some particular items best not spoken out loud. Particular flavors of your finest brew.
I see. Well, would you like to put your order in cheese? Or would you like for me to do a reading?
Well, I think understanding what flavors you have that may not agree with sensitive stomachs.
Oh yes, I see. We have just a thing for that.
I also need to, kind of produce the note and put it on the table and just slide it. I've got some associates, fellow runners, like myself, that need to make this delivery happen.
See. And their tail comes out and it doesn't open it, it just holds the note up, almost like her glasses can see through it. Cheese this way. Cheese.
What kind of shit hold out?
So she's gonna hold out for you a sharp cheddar.
I'm gonna say, go to something that has an edge to it.
Two kind of buck teeth in the front, being a standard little mouse person. They kind of touch your hand when you take the cheese from their hand. They're kind of rubbing your fingers a little bit, yes. And they're gonna stomp their foot once in a back kind of area where you would effectively think there's a storeroom. There's a latrine out out one side. The other side is this is a nothing. And they're like, and then it's as that occurs and this happens, a wall behind you goes, so they have just somebody walk by what the fuck's that? Is gonna go take a piss? So, and it's oh, that's kind of weird. And then you guys are kind of in it actually is almost like a cylinder, and it goes shh, So you guys are then in what would be probably enough room for you two and maybe a third person who's about y'all size, but not much more, because it can't be too large, or else, for one, it'd be a little too suspicious. But looks around and goes, What kind of stomach are you looking to make upset?
Well, kind of dig in his side satchel and pull out a small cloth roll that has, as he pulls it out, the implements of a poisoner's kit.
I see.
It's got syringes and vials, and all of them are empty.
Yeah.
Save for one that has scrapings in it, which would be the dragon's throat.
That is one day too old.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'll catch maybe a better price at the academy, because,
Research and all this.
right. But I'm really looking for just to kind of round out this kit.
I see.
Want to account for all the ways one can enjoy a nice brew. Give the casual sniff, maybe a sip, or when things come down to it, rubbing some of them leaves in an open wound.
Well, you seem a little light in the pocket for some of these things.
That I have no doubt, because your quality is, from what I've heard, not one to turn a nose up at. But I can still know what I'm getting myself indebted for.
Now, you think we're going to open up an account for you?
I plan on seeing us having a very fruitful relationship.
They'll put their ear out to you, like, you hear that?
He will attempt to listen.
That is bullshit. She leans back. Fruitful? No. Moldy? Yes.
Well, fruit has to grow mold first. I mean, the particular business that I'm talking about right now, yes, it is less than what most would consider savory, but we are not considered most, are we?
I am the most. But, with that being said, she'll take you should clean your ear for a second, like, There's little whiskers on both sides, like, How much do you think you're good for? In tea.
Well, I would like to establish an account to not say that I have unlimited access. That would be far too much for.
Oh, you would leave here with some tea. All of it ingested.
Yes, I prefer mine of a variety that is agreeable with my constitution.
I think that would be quite good. But we have even ones that can make folks like you a little ill.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what I wish to use it for right now. Maybe liberating someone's obligation for another colleague of mine.
Is that so? Okay. Well,
Of course, I'll pay for the tea and coin or favor. Again, this is not meant to be a single transaction.
right.
Establishing something a little bit grander. Let's say fair market access.
I see. Why don't we do this? Why don't I say 5? That'll be the start of your count. For every 2 you owe, that's a favor to me, or the 2 back.
Well, you got anything that needs doing now? Seeing as I'm here and there's no better way to do business than face to face. Anyone you need tea delivered to,
You know,
make sure they enjoy it.
well, the problem is, there's a big swings and big deliveries. And frankly, I don't know who I can trust with it. So I'll have to make that move later. But you can, I guess, get on with this, and she'll have a note for you from the drop today. And she does that because, of course, she has a pretty potent nose, and even you can smell the my handle collector, the heavy house skin cream. You can smell like the perfume of Little Doris on it.
I was wondering if she was going to need me to deliver something sooner or later.
They all come calling eventually, right?
He'll tuck it into his vest pocket.
Well, you were told as Varric about the key, right?
Yeah, Varric was the one that was talking to Orinda.
Right, about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, news travels fast.
I mean, that's part of what I do.
Yes, well, if you could give that to me, I think I could give you full access to even more than these. That's fine.
Well, it does open up a particular conflict of interest.
What does that mean?
She was referring to the...
No, she's being facetious.
Yeah.
Only her interests matter. Well, then why don't you just give it to me when you're done?
That, I think, is agreeable, because after all, I think the industry we serve is better held together than apart.
That's fun. It's like the volume won't go down. I love that so much. I'm like, hey! Because they started jamming on that damn guitar, bro. There it is. Well, we do have similar interests, but we don't work for each other. It's a very fun, horrible triangle.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at it this way. We are peers and not subjects.
Tell that to them.
Well, she can be rough around the edges, sure.
Well, both of them can.
Who's the second one?
That's Little Doris and Orinda.
Yeah, okay. I haven't interacted much with Little Doris yet, so I keep forgetting that she kind of is on that spectrum.
She's on these spectrum.
Yeah, she's got that tism.
Yeah, she got touch the tism. But
Right, well. The best I can at least try is right now make sure everyone is not hitting bushes that don't belong to them and causing detritus to fall. But if I do come across that recipe, I'll be sure that you get at least a nice long hard look at it.
I just need one.
I know.
Well,
But it's a little out of reach for me right now. But assuming it finds its way back into the fold soon, I'll see if I can't liberate it soon enough.
well. Do you have a list of poisons?
I'm sure they're in the DM's guide that I can look up. Right now, all I'm looking at is like the bare bones basic of basic, just so I have, or Frank would have that as a tool at his disposal. Certainly, as the relationship between him and Finn will develop, however you want, like that access to other poisons to get opened up. Because right now, I know I'm limited on from a coin perspective, and I have to be very conservative, so I don't run out of money to be able to pay hands. But I don't know like what the cheapest.
So, Assassin's Blood, DC 10 saving throw on a failed save, they take a D12 poison, and they're poisoned for 24 hours. But they have the poison condition for 24 hours. If they save, they take half damage and are not poisoned. That's 150. So I'll tell you a few that are like under 300 gold, basically.
Yeah.
Crawler mucus. This is a creature subject to this poison. You got to do a 13 con save or be poisoned for a minute. The poison creature is paralyzed, but they can repeat the saving throw and end the effect early. It used to speed, you're just down for a minute. Drow poison. That's the one where
Sleep.
Yeah, they fall unconscious. Then you have that. So those are about 200. The crawler and the drow. Malice is 250. Excuse me. Creatures up to this poison, 15 saving throw, or they're poisoned for an hour, and the poison creature blind. That's an inhale.
The other ones were the injury.
So Assassin's Blood is ingest, where they take extra damage. The crawler is contact. The drow is injury. Malice is 250. Then you have Pale Tincture for 250. That is ingested. A creature up to this poison must succeed a 16 con save or take 1d6 poison damage and become poisoned. The creature must repeat the save every 24 hours, taking a d6 poison on a failed save. Until the poison ends, the damage the poison deals cannot be healed by any means. This lowers their things. After 7 successful saving throws, the effect ends.
What one was that?
Pale Tincture.
That was an ingest as well?
Yep. So then they got to ingest it, and that's a 16 con save. And you got to save 7 times.
Yeah.
Then the last, or there's 2 more. One is Serpent Venom, that's injury for 200, and then there's Truth Serum, ingested for 150. The Serpent Venom must be hard. A creature subject to this poison, it's 11 DC per con, but they take 3d6 poison damage on a failed save and half as much on a successful. So it's just, actually, it gives you vicious, basically.
And how many uses of the poison do you...
So with all of those, poisons coming 4 times. I thought there was something with the, so in the DM's guide, in here, in the D&D Beyond, I thought that if you had the Poisoner's Kit, I thought you could do more with the...
Yeah, proficiency with a tool and your proficiency bonus ability checks if you have skill.
Yeah, that's a interesting one, but the...
Well, it allows me to craft basic poison. What does that mean?
Well, I thought basic poison was like
You just add the poison condition if they fail.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess part of what he may do there is he may see if she's got at least the general supplies to craft basic poison as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he may go ahead and, in the interest of showing interest in establishing a relationship, purchase something that is more expensive.
Yeah. Poison, given their nature, they all they come in different types. Purchasing poison in some settings, it's prohibited to do this. But an illicit or unscrupulous apothecary might have a hidden stash or characters within blah blah blah. That's fine. And harvesting poison. So, like, I know these aren't supposed to have like too many because it's almost like a spell, like with their effect. But in the interest of making it where it's not like you better have 1 billion gold.
So basic poison says it's 100 gold pieces. As a bonus action, you can use a vial of basic poison to coat one weapon or up to 3 pieces of ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
A creature that takes piercing or slicing damage from the poison weapon or ammunition takes an extra D4 poison damage. Once applied, the poison retains potency for 1 minute or until damage is dealt, whichever comes first.
Yeah. So,
which is interesting because, like, all the, I know, of course, monsters, they get it so it can balance the action economy from a scale standpoint, but so you could, I guess, technically have 1 melee weapon application.
mm-hmm.
Or 3 pieces of ammunition. In this case, you put it on darts.
Right.
So that just does a D4 poison damage.
Gotcha. And then they get the poison condition that they'll say.
No, that one, basic poison doesn't do any poison effect. It
Gotcha.
is just an additional D4 to your damage.
Got it.
For a single attack. For 100 gold pieces, that seems steep.
And, well, that doesn't apply. That's kind of shitty. Yeah. In D&D, you get a number of, and that's only the vial. That's the normal vial or whatever. But, upon the poison action, blah, 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 blah. How long or how many hands, blah, blah, blah. See, that's basic poison, That says injury. Injury poison can be applied to weapons, ammunition, traps, things. It's a one-shot, like Johnny, for each of these. But the cool part is about the poisons, you don't lose it anymore if you attack and miss. You have to deal damage so the poison can apply. But that's why it has a little bit of a steeper thing. So, like if you are having it on a weapon, and you're like, okay, I need to make sure I get this damn thing. Basic poison. So that applies for a minute, so that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the worst, but let's see. And then poisoner makes it a bonus action to apply the poisons.
To craft a non-magical item, you need tools, raw materials, and time, each of which is detailed below. If you get the requirements, you make the item. Okay, to make an item, you need raw materials worth half its purchase cost rounded down.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, you would need 50 gold for 1
Vial basic poison,
yeah, 1 basic poison. Determine how many days. Okay, so maybe divide its purchase cost in gold pieces by 10.
So it'd take 5 days.
It'd take 5 days to potentially make 1 vial of poison.
Yeah, the crafting stuff, it got like better for certain items, and then so it's like, holy crap, because you could, or you used to, I'd have to look again, but like make a single potion of healing per day, which is kind of wild. Oh, and just so everyone's made aware, you can help spread the word. Level 1 potions are basic items now, like general items that you can get at level 1. So,
I don't know if I follow.
like, you could technically find somewhere kind of, like, powerful for a level 1 or 2 group. But if you start out like level 1 or 2, and then it's one of those, it's going to be a while before we start getting getting scrolls. I may have said potions. Sorry, scrolls. So like level 1 scrolls are just a part of your basic kit now. You don't have to like go to a mage to grab it or whatever. It can just be a part of your starting gear. That's what it is.
Oh, gotcha.
So kind of neat. Been learned some like random ass stuff with in the past few days. But because it's been quite fun, but
What was that first? What are our injury poisons?
so the injury ones that you would have access to with the amount of gold you have, or you could work up to another one, but the next closest one in price is wyvern poison, which is 1,200.
Yeah, no.
So serpent venom and drow poison, both are 200. Pardon me, 200 gold pieces. Excuse me. And then the drow poison, fall asleep. Mm-hmm. And then the serpent venom is the vicious, yeah. And that's average 10 damage poison on a failed save, and then half as much on a successful one for serpent venom. And then the drow poison specifically is, let's see, injury. A creature subject to this poison must succeed a 13 con or be poisoned for an hour. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, then they become unconscious. So they get poisoned if they fail to save. If they fail it by too much, they're knocked out.
They're out.
But the creature wakes up if they take damage. So it's a interesting little.
It's a good one for kidnapping.
Well said. Well said. Good said.
Well, I think what I'll go with right now is maybe some for brew it at home type. Novice like myself, just to get me started, but also maybe something a little bit more pre-rendered, maybe a little acrid on the tongue, but needs to be delivered through a sharp prick.
Pokes you with her tail lightly.
So he's effectively asking for one set of materials for crafting a basic poison and one vial of serpent's venom.
Okay.
Which will be.
Chill out.
He will also try to, in all of this conversation and about establishing a relationship, try to lower the price just a tad.
Well, she's going to give you the stuff to make the basic poison. It'll be like a test.
Oh,
Because
okay.
if you fuck up,
That's fair.
it's like, well, I'll just go collect the other stuff.
Okay, so. And that's called serpent's venom?
So yes, serpent venom is injury, 200 gold. And then you also have supplies to make one household.
Why is that called legacy? Oh, there it is. Into equipment. Okay, and then. That is what it is.
If you go to make the basic poison and you roll your check, if you beat it by more than 5, you'll make 2 vials of it instead.
Okay. Trying to figure out, okay, so that shows quantity 1. Does it have serpent's venom in here? Why does it have quantity 0?
It's like,
That's
wow.
wrong. There we go. And the +1. Apply.
Word.
Okay. DC 11. Nice. Okay.
Nice. Indeed. Well, It was quite the exchange. You made off like a bandit, but I will,
Well, I mean, you always gotta have people that are willing and eager to deliver these type of goods, and it doesn't really suit everyone's taste. They get a little nauseated around these aromas. But I don't.
I can see that. The little thing will open up, and they'll like motion for you to go first. And she walked in. You walked in behind her slightly, and then.
And he'll pause before leaving and just kind of back over his shoulder, comment, well, by chance you ever deal with a lady of all this makeup? And he will hold out his good hand and minor illusion Cade.
Well, can't say that I do.
Right. Well, I'm still feeling them out, but maybe a referral I send your way. Again, we are peers and not subjects.
Peers. As they think for a second. They with their little chops, and you know 100% that they're thinking about pears. It's like, well, let me know how your first brewing goes.
I may get to that this evening. At least try to, and he'll, walk out. Start figuring out if this type of liquid craft is for me.
Well, hopefully you figure it out soon. So, brews only get better over time.
You gotta let them stew a little and steep.
Steep. Well. And they'll look up, kind of like, almost as though they were kind of writing something. They would have known what was in this note. What are you looking for in here? The one you gave them.
That was the note for his hands to eventually come check in.
Yep.
Then they realized, we need to now report back to Melody's Rest.
Excellent. I'm going to do my little notes here.
Because that's where he'll end this day, is at Melody's Rest.
Oh, we're...
Because he'll set up some stuff. He probably also... Now, Serpent Fin did cost him gold, right?
It did, 200.
200?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I wanted to make sure before I forgot to
You're also some ego.
take that away. But from there, as he's in, he'll go to where he normally sits, and he will take out the note from Lil Doris and read that while he's there.
Okay.
Because he knows more or less it's private and secluded.
So, Lil Doris is effectively gonna want to gain an audience and ask where ask where you got your giant belt, like the belt you gave away from, because it's like, okay, what the that just kind of came haphazardly out of an exchange. And essentially they want to have a discussion and see what the fuck are you doing here. And it'll, have that reboot McIntyre charm. Well, hey, show. It's real nice seeing you out there.
Does it have a time, place, or anything like that for a meeting, or just putting a feeler out there of let's get something on the books?
I'm gonna see if I can plan it where y'all literally miss each other, coming back and going and whatnot. But I'm like, don't make me okay. Me. But she would. So, to establish context real quick, the Dovetail is like the Continental, right? It's a really swanky hotel where higher ups go, like ambassadors stay and all that. And they'd say
It's got the express rule: don't kill on site on the premises.
pretty much, right? There are definitely rules there. You would know that it has a concierge of a Judith Evelyn Smythe, a halfling woman. Just like Julia Roberts. Like Wesley Snipes had to have my little fucking gnome, man. A little black gnome. We just fuck, man. No. Sandra Bullock. But say, hey, cocktail hour at the trying to get chip at my tooth. Really hard to talk that Southern Belle charm with. Yeah, man. Cocktail hour at the Dove ends at 5. After that, you gotta stay for dinner. So maybe you can catch me over there before I go on. As in, she'll do like a little dinner show or something like that.
So cocktail hour at the Dove. So he's still got a couple hours before he gets in.
Yeah. And you, what do you call it? You'll need to doll up a little bit. You don't have to go full on business or pleasure or tactical or, it's like tactical.
He'll go to that as Frank, not Varric.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah, that's basically that. She just want to engage with you. Not going to write any of this shit down, but she does have questions after she. Wait,
why are you?
yeah, it's like, what are you doing? Because that also means that, that's one less person that Nick's gets to rely on. Because the going thing would be that she's sweet on him. So that's what everyone thinks about that. But and then that's talked off. You got the notes written. Then you got like 2.5 hours before you got to be over there. So and that's going to be like in the heart of the nice part of town.
Yeah.
But where to next, though?
So I think with the amount of time that he would have, he would try to go and, because visiting Thimble got 2 things accomplished that he needed to do. One, get his note out, check one Dropbox, and then also establish connection for a way to purchase and sell potential poison. So what he'll use the remaining amount of time for would to hit, because what he was over in the nicer part of town, assuming this is also...
You were heading like towards the Merchant's Ring.
Yeah.
Like in that, kind of that vector. The Dovetail's back down this way. and then the library is kind of like a straight shot, kind of towards the Arcane Sanctum, tilting back over to the ring.
Yeah, so I think what he would do is he would let me know if this would work out from a timing perspective. Because if I'm remembering the map correctly, he would kind of he'd hit the because right he's over in.
So what's going down is, and I'll put this up here too, over to the side, and I'll make it a little bit smaller here, so just so you can get context here. You can go here, and I'll make it a little smaller. You can actually see it. So there's that, and then so just take this and just turn it.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's kind of in this area over here.
Yep.
Right now. Yep. He'd head down to hit up the dock.
That's the actual thing there. Yeah.
To hit that drop box, then come back up to the Arcane Sanctum.
Yep.
To hit the library.
Yeah. So your sanctum's going to be like this right here.
Probably
Castle back here.
You know, on his way to the Sanctum, would change into his Frank outfit.
Okay. Yeah.
That way, you know, they let him in. But I mean, they let Varric in as well. But there will be.
You know, there's things that are going to take off disguises or see what you're not or what you are or whatever. So.
Yeah. More, he has easier access as Frank being an actual employee inside the Sanctum.
Yeah.
And then he would make probably by that time his way back to the Dovetail.
Word.
So he's checking 2 other drop boxes.
Yeah. Okay. So the one on let's see, move that up there. There you go. No. So you got the library and the docks. Let's see here, the library. It's library. It's like a strawberry. Don't the kids joy. That's Rose. Too funny. Docks, okay. And that is let's see here. Is that the one with Orinda or the one that's actually at the docks itself? Not the
one of the docks itself.
Gotcha. So after Eugene's. Okay. So going a little bit there. Let's see here. The the docks at this point in time, it'll have a standard something to run, but not something to actually you're not going to glean too much from it. It's an order for Eugene's cat's food because he's buying something that it comes from overseas. That it's called Andy's Bites or something like that, based off of a little side character that I have. That he does. I mean, they're gonna try it. He's gonna get it almost instantly, and after the first day, that's why the cat has scales, because it turns cats into dragons. Is the kind of the gag there, but so that'll be what's at the docks. It'll come with 5 gold as a cool. You can get it there the same day. You can keep the whole fee or whatever, and then the library is going to have a placeholder thing there for where you told Cynthia to put something for them to make sure they put it in the right spot.
Okay.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So establish, hey, is this the place that I need to put the thing? Kind of a deal. So, and you can relay that message back in whatever way you would like to do that. So,
what it would be is he would hire a runner to deliver it to Cynthia.
Cool. All right. Well, you most certainly can do that. So, and then inside of that, I don't think it's going to be a hauled out book or whatever, but you'll see that there's a platinum inside.
Shoot, we'll take a platinum. He ain't stingy.
So that is that, and then
It's one of his. He needs to get back one of his other revenue streams, which is Milliard.
I know, bro. That would be so fucking funny, dude. Still, the thing of cast a hypnotic pattern, you're like, throw some coin. So funny.
That's why I don't love have the money.
I love it, dude. It's hysterical. Oh, man. All right. So, in the library, you also, the book that you pulled out once is there. You want to try going back to that crazy game place again? Dealing with pain and panic. But hilariously enough, if you ever go in there and that book is where it is and it's turned upside down like it is, you can tell somebody, hey, go check this out.
Just more or less some over.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of well. Your, what do you call it, little birdies are going to do what you're needing them to do and go where you're asking them to go. If you're good to go to the dovetail place, you can go to that and talk to, what's her name, Little Doris, unless there's something you want to do before that.
I think rest of the agenda for his day is visit Little Doris, then head back to Melody's Rest, and hopefully the hands show up sometime in the evening.
Yeah, they will. One house and pushing. You can be looking forward to it. Okay.
Yeah, so while, on the way from the docks to the library, he changes into his Frank attire, so the nicer clothing that, he's cleaned up, the eye patch, the boots that have a little bit of a riser into them, increasing his height a couple inches.
Nice.
Just that gregarious dwarf.
All right. So you'll go there. You'll get to very easily the dovetail. You look pretty dapper. Let you in. Do your thing. You walk in. It's a nice little waiting room out there. Excuse me. Trying to think of the actual time here. Let's see here. So you're doing the time, you're getting there. Right before you walk in,
Okay.
you see a wall of griffins. No, the ambassador ship from Ember Falls lands. And it's got like a special place for a sky ship on. This is like one of like 3 docks that have sky ship places that's actually in the city. Because everywhere else is like, oh, fly motherfucker, like that's a Theris, or if we fly about 1 at a time, or just teleport. So this thing, it's loud, it's hot, it reminds you a lot of the furnace, right? And really powerful, just ingenuity there. And it's like, oh, to some people who are a little too close, like, ah! And then you see people come off, and one of them looks like just almost an insane person, straight up, gigantic eyes, hair is flames. Person beside them, a little more, like much more feminine hair, kind of back, but crackling in a little bit. And the man looking around like, kind of looking a little bit like something's got to burn, just because he's here and he hasn't been here in a very long time. You would assume, because it's one of those like, I hate it here already. And you don't need to do an insight. You know exactly who that is, because you dealt with their spawn. And the mother looks essentially like a Genasi version of Thor and Loki's mom. All right, so beautiful and serene, and just like much more calm, steady. Steady is the wheel. Like, all right, just go. Or steady in her instance is, I guess, the actual flame, but she's like, all right, you need to settle down, because if we blow this place up, they will hurt, like try to hurt us. And you kind of see like some steam kind of shoot out of him, like he's like, okay, fine, whatever. And they go in, and you can like barely hear them because the ship that they are on, the engine has not cut off yet. It's almost like you can kind of see him like doing the wave, like trying to say effectively, how do you shut this thing off? And then guy goes, whoa, and it goes stone cold, and they go inside. So
I'm assuming they landed somewhere up top.
They did, yeah. So they
he more sees them get off the gangplank onto wherever the upper deck is, and then lose sight.
Yeah. So they do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then you're like, holy crap, because you'd gotten pretty close before they got there, but yeah, it would be on the roof. It'd need to be, because if not, maybe lighten some trees up, man.
Yeah.
And some residentials. It's like, oh. So that's exactly what's happening. But they'll go inside, then you'll go in. You kind of just hear almost like the crackling of like thunder upstairs a little bit. It's like thunder and lightning, because they're up there and they're making their way down. But you'll see very well-kempt, small half lady. Oh, hello. Now, you've been in here before?
I'm trying to think if Frank would have had a reason or had previously received invitation to go inside the Continental or the Dovetail. Mm-hmm. I can't really think of one. He may have delivered a package as Varric, but that would have just been up to reception, drop off package, and leave.
I get you. So at that point, unless unless it was specific, you probably wouldn't have too much to do in here just yet.
Unless, at some point the library had like a conference and they hosted it at the Dovetail. I mean, that would be the only other way I think Frank would have had legitimate reason to go.
Well, since you are Frank right now, and you were essentially asked to come here, Judith will say, what's Mr. Stronghold, pleasure to see you. You're looking well.
Well, I'm feeling quite rested, actually.
That's wonderful. Welcome to the Dovetail. What do you call it? Like words and songs fucking kill me, dude. But anywho, as you go in, wait, did I get there?
He pulls out his gun.
Yeah, do it.
Immediately double taps her.
It's like Mr. Weak. Oh my goodness. So you go inside, she'll greet you. She's very cordial, very polite. Makes you feel like, you're somebody important, right? That's just their kind of charm about them. So, would you like to put in for an actual stay, or are you just here for cocktail hour?
I'm just here for the libations, actually.
Well, please. Right this way. And she'll get down from her, like, what would almost be like a little perch. It's super regal looking. Right? But they'll walk around, they'll come out of the side. Kind of like, I don't want to say it's like a suit, but it's like almost suit-esque. for whatever reason, like, you know, this is a small person, but I can't like get a particular female out of my head, like just their look. And it's not like they're like overly, you know, effeminate or whatever. It's just like, oh, that just looks like a well put together person in this world. Because ever since Isaac was like, hey, why do all your NPCs, like, why are they all hot? And I'm like, this is just what Pinterest shows me, man. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not looking for any of this. It just is what's there. So
well, let's put it this way: most people, the concept of art is looking at something beautiful. So,
goddamn, right?
There you go. No, there can be beauty in something disgusting, but you got to be in the right mindset for it.
Holy shit! Slaying people over here.
Think of like the art of Cthulhu and stuff like that. Like it's terrifying, but it's still fucking beautiful.
Yeah, some of that stuff.
Man, is it unnerving.
Well, yes, that's well put. It is 100% like, that's art. You know what I mean? I will find it eventually, but so she'll take you over to a lovely like kind of bar area. They'll have a. I want it to be another fucking illithid, but I'm like, I can't keep it illithids as bartenders and cooks and shit like that.
Well, I mean, at that point, then he'll flex his little tadpole on his head and go, you obey me now.
Oh my god, man. It's like one of those like, oh, we've been planning it for freaking years or whatever.
God, this is where the illithid plane shifted.
Oh man, how cool would that be? Oh, that would be yeah. Oh my god.
I can't wait for that reunion.
Yeah, dude.
I really do hope like he's able to kill him because I want to play an illithid as it's dying.
Oh my lord. That will be a
and hope it gets beaten and it can still get its plane shift off.
So whenever what do you call it? Whenever like we have another like kind of a little more freeform side thing with everybody, we do have one of those. 100% need to be like, miss me. You come in and it's like,
that's one I'm thinking I may just try to do for like a Halloween game is just do a single session. Everyone like make a level 5 character and it's a monster hunt.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
And it's one where it's like, hey, yeah, you guys may die, but this thing is only going to run one session. Either the party wins or the party loses.
Right. That'd be cool as hell.
Type thing.
Hold on, there they are. Just on this picture right here. That person.
Gotcha.
You're like not overly a thing, but the problem is that's a lot of person to have in this big of a person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all a halfling is that shrunk down.
Yeah. No, I know.
And they got a slightly longer skull.
And I hate it. I hate that so much. That look. That's a personal thing.
But I mean, that's also if you want to go by original D&D lore, and the beauty about D&D is like, no, you don't have to.
Well, dude, the fucking Josh's character or whatever, like we're just a hair too big, and it's one of those like, oh, beautiful. That was actually quite fun messing around with him. Fucking church. It was so funny, man. Like, what? That's not my name. Oh, that was good.
Yeah, Frank will
so go in,
stop at the bar and get himself a cocktail and a cigar.
Yeah, it'll look quite lovely, and they'll in here you can see people. They don't pay with anything but gold.
Mm-hmm.
So, and essentially, cocktail and a very nice cigar that I'll actually like. These will give you advantage on charisma checks.
Okay.
So, but it's going to cost 5 gold.
Okay, 5 gold for
basically the whole. I was going to say the whole evening, but the cigar is going to last you a while.
Okay.
At least during cocktail hour, and the it would be like for a drink that
So 5 gold for the cigar and the drink. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd have to probably purchase another like a solid beverage, but the cigar should, if you milk it a little bit and can keep the cherry lit, it'll serve you well.
What if they have cigar in here? Just want to see.
I'm not sure.
Can I add that to my inventory? There are no items matching that criteria.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it would be probably something niche,
Yeah,
but
you have to kind of create it, right?
yeah. Well, especially if you're gonna have one that has an effect, but yeah, 100p.
Add custom item.
So,
Add custom item. Here we go. Custom item. Nope, not cuss.
yes, okay. Well,
Cigar.
if it cannot be
Description.
that person, then it just won't be this person.
Gives. Advantage.
Sage. Downloads, Judith,
Charisma.
evidence,
Checks.
10.
Okay. I just made it real quick.
Awesome.
Just like very basic.
Heck yeah, bro. All right. So you're in there. Little Doris has definitely an affinity for silks, and she's blue, long horns. The gold, she wears normally like golds and black silk. So the nice contrast, she has like the yellow, bright, like glowing eyes all the time. Well, as I live and breathe, is it Mrs. Stronghold? Chug, get over here. And she'll have their own like little private table to the side. People are kind of doting on her a little bit, like kind of, being like, oh my God, it's Rebecca. I mean, and it's like, well, please have a seat.
He'll kind of.
That's Judith.
Which one? No, okay.
Yeah, I'll save the other one for something
He'll
else.
pull out her chair so she can sit.
Oh, I was like,
As she sits, he pulls it out.
like them.
You have now been marked.
Just oh my God, dude! It's like, all right, you know what? That's very fair. Like the ball's on you, and she takes this off her head. Oh my goodness gracious! Woo! She'll go, oh, well, thanks, and she'll sit down. She'll be in a what do you call it? Like a nice like gold gown with like a black wrap. Hair is kind of swept back a little bit because, of course, with the horns, you can only do it so many ways, right? Definitely has that. Had one of those. If she did the, it's like zing. It's like don't look her right in the eye. She'd be lost forever. So, all right. Well, thanks. That cigar smells absolutely wonderful. What flavor is it? And it can be whatever you want.
I don't know flavors of cigars, so.
So, what's Frank's favorite wood or fruit? If you ordered a smoothie. That is something I was going to try to do for my character creation is an exercise for folks of like, if they went to the market, if they ordered a smoothie, if they what color clothes do they like to wear? Like,
Well, I mean, Frank's in his nice navy with flecks of like the orange leather collar and all that stuff. So,
he's dressed to the nines, but if he's doing that, he's probably smoking something spicy. Like there's a hint of spice to it.
it'd be something probably vanilla and maybe cinnamon.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. But ooh.
Something that, at first smell, you're like, oh, that's kind of nice. And then there's that little undercurrent of something will bite back.
Mm-hmm. She goes, well, thank you for meeting me on such short notice. I'm sure you had a very busy day. Well, and a half, I guess.
Well, let's put it this way. Wasn't necessarily what I had planned.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, you can't turn down an offer like this now, can you?
Well, I guess it just depends on what way the wind takes you. Because I remember having a not too pleasant of an exchange with you not too long ago, and I will say, Shug, it is very hard to not enjoy this sweetness. But I guess it just goes to show you can't please everybody.
Oh, no. That you cannot.
Mm-mm-mm. Ooh, yeah.
Not all interactions have to be unpleasant.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. But, well, and she'll have like a wine. It'll be thick, like thick wine, almost like a purplish color. So,
He would have got like just an extraordinarily nice scotch.
oh, 100%. Yeah. Would you have it neat or on
Neat.
the rocks? Okay. They have it in like a. So the cups would be like this, for like a scotch or something like that. But this part is glass,
Yep.
so it doesn't get tea. And like the bottom's like pewter almost. It just as opulent as silly as can be. But just think for a second and take a. Well, I was wondering what you're doing back so fast, and I was truly desperate to ask you if my soon to be betrothed was all right, or did you make like a tree and leave?
Her soon to be. She's referencing Nesserel.
So, Nessalel is engaged
It's
to.
engaged to Aquila.
Right. So the soon to be betrothed,
Or is that her reference to Nyx becoming her second?
well, maybe a little more than that.
Gotcha.
So, because the running, well, it's not a joke, it's the thing that people can tease Little Doris about, even though they, for the most part, don't. Like, oh, well, but you kind of cradle robbing, because Nyx is only like 30 or 40 or whatever, quote unquote, an elf, like years, blah, 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 but it's not reciprocated. Also, he's dead. He's an undead boy, so it's like, but she just really is infatuated.
Well, I can't say if they're all right or not. I decided to take a quick leave of absence to take care of things back home.
Is that right? Well, under what circumstances did you leave? Did you have a chance to take him back with you? Did you swim back?
Oh, no. Swim back? No, just found a different means of getting back quickly.
Oh, well, maybe you just found the right thing to light your way, I suppose, but I really wish you had some good news for me about my dear friend,
Oh,
but I guess not.
Bad news, but he was breathing the last time I saw him. And he's capable enough.
She didn't insight check you when you say he was breathing, because he didn't have to breathe.
Okay. Yeah. If she wants the inside check, that's fine. To him, that is meaning he's still alive.
Well, no, 100%. But it's a scenario now where it's like that's what somebody would say if they didn't see him breathe, because he doesn't have to
We'll make a
breathe.
persuasion.
There you go.
24.
No.
Oh, I have advantage because I'm smoking my cigar.
Mm-hmm.
24.
Very fair.
Well,
Yeah.
3 on the other die.
Nuts. Well, she rolled an 8. She is pretty dang persuasive, but insightfulness is not the strongest suit until she just is gonna You know, she needs to Tony Soprano you. That's how she gets. That's how she becomes insightful. It's like, oh, I don't have to fucking be insightful. It's like, don't get any blood on a fucking dress. So, she'll, well, that's very fair. Thank you for that bit of confidence. Well, I guess I'll just have to ask my friend if I can see him or not.
Ask your friend if you can see him or not.
Yeah, you know, I have some friends who can, you know, pull out their little magnifying glass and, you know, tell me which way the wind blows and if we can get, you know, if we're going to have good rain tomorrow or not.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't have confidence in him then?
I don't have confidence in those around him. As you can see.
Well, I mean, you haven't really ever confided in me anyway.
Well, no, that's very fair. Who would in a way in which we were, but now we are now who we will be.
He just strokes out.
Yep. She's like, charisma, check me. The cigar goes all the way back, but she's just kind of like, Well, no, that is very true. But like I said, it's not him. It's those around him. And even, not even his companions. I don't know what this crazy world is going to do to anyone. I mean, I could even try to predict the future like some, you know, divine or reading bones or something.
Well, you gotta make use of the tools that you have at your disposal. So, I mean, if part of that is checking in to give yourself a peace of mind, then you can do it. I tend to find, well, for those that you really care about, you just gotta trust. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But still, you seem a little flustered, if I could really say so. If you're not quite sure what the world is coming down to, or you're seeing something on the winds that indicate we're getting ready to need to batten down the hatches. Because surely there wouldn't have been a reason to invite me out here and wine and dine me just to check on your pet. I'll offer a very soft smile.
You know, no, I didn't have to bring you out here wine and dine you. I wanted to, you know, extend an olive branch, and I understand that, you know, you might be coming into yours. And, well, as people may think I'm just a little charmer, you know, I also want to make sure I know what pieces are on the board, and, well, you're gonna be a bad one if you want to be, frankly. And it's something where I'd rather you be on my side than not. And I think that you would find that agreeable under the right circumstances.
Well, I'm one, if not agreeable to reasonable requests. What is it you have in mind?
Well, if my second doesn't make it back, heaven help everyone here, but I might be in need of a second. Well, I I think it'd be certainly swell if you might consider it.
I can keep it tucked away.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have to come to some meetings, but that's about it.
What to be even considered then?
Well, no, you have to. If you want to say yes, you can say it. If you don't, that's fine. But if anything were to go wrong, and I need a second by my next meeting, well, let's just say things get a lot blah. Blah. Things get a little harder. I might just lose my charm. And if I can't carry a tune and be my sweet little self, well, I have other means of getting what I need done. It's just so much easier this way. And it sure would be swell if my second would be somebody who can very well have been a potential enemy and now might be one of my more useful allies. Can you do a duet?
Oh, I prefer tale over song.
I bet you do.
Again, I'll weigh this offer that you're presenting. I think
I'm sure you will. Just please use a scale that is appropriate.
I know what side to put this scale on. At least based on the offer that you're extending.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't count out your second. Unless he's got an eye on being a first. And that's what you're really worried about.
Well, I don't see too much changing in the near future about that, but, you know, we aren't the council without having thought some things through. And it is set up in such a way in which we better keep, it'll behoove us to keep our wits.
Well, I wouldn't expect you five to have gotten to the spot that you were without wits. That would be foolhardy on my part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess you can consider it and we'll see what happens. Is there anything that the voice of the Isles can do for one such as Mr. Stronghold?
Do for me? No, not so much as do for some of those that keep my company.
And what do they need?
Well, more it's don't go shaking their branches.
Excuse me. Shaking their branches, is that it? Okay. Well. Alright.
Well, I mean, as you said, it'd be nice to have allies.
Well, I do. I have 4. They're pretty powerful. I just don't want to be,
Well, I'm saying 6 are better than 4.
yeah, but none of their interests don't necessarily align.
Well, I think you'd be more surprised than you wouldn't to see that. Their interests are quite aligned.
So they're fast friends.
Oh, I wouldn't say that you all would be enjoying a conversation as much as this we are right now, but at least any open hostilities can be avoided.
I have no doubt. I don't think it would be very wise for any particular party to openly, harm anyone else.
I don't think it would be harm that would be the concern.
Well, what should I be concerned about?
Maybe the four that you keep company.
Why is that?
I mean, I see a powder keg. At least that's what the ears, or should I say the lips are whispering to the ears out and about.
Well, what if I'm the one that lights the match?
Well then, we may have more in common than you think.
How serendipitous.
And in that case, you'll understand why I'm inclined to decline the offer.
Well, sometimes it's easier to clean house from within it than, from the outside.
Right, and let's not keep all of those with that same clarity of thought tied together at the hip. Let's keep it a little diversified, some within brushing the trash out and those out burning it to ash.
Well,
Those are the friends I'm talking about.
right. I mean, everyone does have their place and their usefulness. So, we'll, steep it a little while. Let it marinate a little so people don't get too shocked for the outcome. But, well, this did not go as well as I had imagined. You have shocked me twice today.
Well, I can't say that I'm sorry, because I don't really know what you had in mind.
Oh no, don't be sorry. I don't get many exchanges like this. Something about you. Something about you, Mr. Stronghold.
Aye.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I can say it didn't go as poorly as I thought it would have.
Well, you don't give me enough credit.
Maybe not.
Well, we'll work on that.
Right, we will. Those things can change.
Oh, they most certainly can. Most certainly can. Well, it was a pleasure. I'm gonna finish my wine here. Enjoy that last little bit of the piano that Miss Judith is playing, and I guess I'll take my position on stage.
Right, we all gotta wear a face somewhere.
We most certainly do.
Well, I'm sure you'll knock them dead.
You bet your ass. She stands up with her drink being finished, and
When she gets up, he'll get up.
she'll kind of be very formal and curtsy. Like, thank you, sir, for joining me. I really don't want her to leave first because I want to say a little quip at the end, but I want to say fuck it because you're not going to leave first.
No, well, I mean,
No. It's polite to let her leave first.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, she didn't piss him off enough. So it's like, that's fine. So she'll walk off a little ways, and she's doing the, like, it's like, I'm going to go fuck somebody. But she'll turn around and she'll say, Frank, love your suit. She'll finish, she'll move on. That's such such a fun Hannibal Lecter line. Oh, and Senator, just one more thing. Love your suit. That's definitely the fucking vibe there. Oh man. So you can 100% enjoy the festivities there, and then make your way down to the Belvedere.
Yep, he'd finish his scotch.
It is so good.
Yep. Then he would probably extinguish the cigar with.
If you didn't finish it, they actively have a way that you can clip it and then it'll save it. So if you want to do that, they'll give you what's like a little scroll case.
Yep.
And you can take that and put that in there.
So
you'll have
like that in his breast coat pocket.
Yeah. So you got one of those. The scotch gives you 10 HP. Because this place is very much a continental, so the movers and shakers come here and fuck about and then go off and do their thing. So
What's going on?
What's happening?
Hey. What you up to?
Just got done playing some fun. Then we got something to eat for ish.
Words. There is some za in there if you want any of that good shit.
Oh, I might just.
There you go.
Okay.
No words. But the
Thank y'all.
yeah, faux show.
But if you want to do any hunt later, just let me know.
Okay.
Indeed. So you'll make it back. Your 3 little birdies up there. And they'll meet you. And they'll one is already in excuse me. One's already in white robes. That'll be the I think it's a human boy, effectively, like a young man. Then you would have a I think it was a half girl and a half elf girl, and they'll report back.
Have you ever determined what their names and species were?
Well, human male.
Okay.
I can get some names real quick. The human male, female halfling, and female half elf. Thanks.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. Email. Have so the okay. Human male is Silas Bourne. The halfling's name is Tilly Dust Drop, in parentheses, quotations. So Tilly Dust Drop Underbranch. And they would call her Dust Drop. Then the female half elf is Myrya, so it's Mireya. Valis or Valis, Valis. And they're like, I mean, you know, quite young, almost teenager, like just leaving the teens, just getting into like kind of adulthood in a way. And they're like, you have Silas has kind of got the light of the seven, like Brotherhood kind of a look, where he's got the white robes on now. He has like more clean cut hair than he had before, and he's there to, like, he has too many possessions on him. And then what do you call it? Tilly and Meyer are standing there like almost perturbed a little bit, because you kind of saw them talking to each other as they walked in, and Tilly kind of rolled her eyes after Silas said something, and it's like, okay, so they're kind of squabbling a little bit right now. But
he would be set up on the stage in the corner in a chair, just kind of sitting. He would have had put on some of the lights, but kept most of that corner dark.
Yeah.
And so he can observe them walk in.
Yeah.
And kind of the first few moments of their interactions among themselves, before hopefully they would even recognize that he's in there.
He's there, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, you'll 100% be able to do that. So you'll essentially have, let me open this shit up real quick and get this going out over there. They will come in. It looks like I can't believe you just like. I can't believe you just one silly ass voice. I mean, it doesn't really seem like that's really smart to do. I mean, do you even know like what you're really doing there, Silas? Like, it's kind of fast. Even if they can be persuasive and are devilishly handsome. Meyer, as I'll call him for short. Like, yeah, that's like as gimmicky as it is, and they're just saying a bunch of nothing. Like, and yeah, I know, I guess if it just falls in the right ears in the right time, like, yeah, okay, we all want to know the truth. Yeah, we get it. And, you know, there's probably great ends somewhere or means or something. You know, there's treasure out there for everybody in one way or another. But, you know, that doesn't mean that it's going to really help you find what you're looking for. Silas will kind of pause for a second and think and smile and says, "The way is not yet lit before you all. And I understand that being in the dark can be difficult to understand the path forward. Even, you know, with your incredible sight, Meyer. And he'll, it's almost though this person, like, just got a little bit more charismatic, but it's about nothing. Like, it's not, it wouldn't really actually get him anywhere. It's almost like if he was a tad bit easier of a pill to swallow normally. So, very kind of subtle, but one of those, well, you only need so many people to talk like that, then everyone talks like that, right? Like, man, yes, he is showing us the way. Well, the way that he's being shown. It's different, and he is unorthodox, but not a whole lot's felt this right in a long time. Yeah, I don't know. They'll kind of scratch their head a little bit, but I don't have to. until he like looks up. What are you talking about? You don't have to. It's not faith just to follow something blindly and not understand it and just kind of give into it. I mean, even we understand that. Like, the halflings may let the winds kind of carry them, but not in a storm that is headed out further into the ocean. Meyer will, like, yeah, I mean, listen to Dust Drop. Like, you are heading down a path that will just lead to misery. Like, and I know we want knowledge. No, we all want comfort, but that's not what he's selling. He's selling you a good time or a numbing agent, it seems like, to the world. But I mean, Destrop's like, or Tilly's like, you do you. And they'll start looking around.
It's about that time that Frank would light a match and drawing on the cigar.
He shoots one.
Pulls out his blunderbuss.
Yeah.
Just the mask.
So he'll do that, and then Meyer will, like, Tilly and Silas will turn around like, oh shit, we know you were there. Meyer's gonna play a little bit cooler. You're like, that's a lovely smell. Meyer will say as they turn around slowly, and, well, you got back a little early.
Let's just say that Carter said something different for me.
I guess they did. Where's your...
Sounds like you all have been busy.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be Meyer and then Tilly, and then they'll just kind of look over at Silas. Well, if they turned around and you're in the corner, it'll be like Silas, Tilly, and Meyer, like in that order. So they'll kind of like, so they'll both do that. Mm-hmm. Look over at him, and like, you want information? I got it. That's what it is.
Well, that's right. That's what I decided to pay you for.
Mm-hmm. Well, what sort of specific information are you looking for, or should we just write a little something up?
I think a summary report will be fine.
Okay. Well,
I just also wanted to make sure you all were all right.
sounds like I've never been better.
You can see.
Tilly's like,
There is use getting close. In fact, I just had a conversation with someone about it.
are you still like dressed to the nines?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Meyer's like, damn. They look at the cigar in your suit and they're like, I'm gonna try and put two and two together. Well, someone's been somewhere uptown. I'm sorry, downtown.
Well, the dovetail has its perks.
Oh. Did you? And Tilly just says, I'll say, did you bring us something from there?
Well, this time, no. Except the promise that there will be more visits.
Meyer's like, well, damn it.
And you all are here on the ground floor of what I'm building.
Oh, yeah? When is that? As Meyer kind of like crosses their arms and does the like lean on one foot a little more than the other, like, all right. Yeah. Hit me with your best shot. It's kind of a deal. Oh, what is it there, boss? The ground floor of your regime?
Not mine, ours.
Silas kind of looks over and like, see, that's That's the truth right there.
It is. Because there's one thing that's going to be paramount for our group to survive.
What's that?
And while we may collect and keep secrets of others, we will not from ourselves. There is only honesty in our group.
Till it's kind of like, and you can see like all of their wheels are turning, of like, you know, them being right on the cusp of adulthood. It's one of those like, do I gotta tell my farted this morning? Like that sort of a thing. Like how silly does it get against how, you know, oh fuck kind of a deal, because they understand too that shit's real and stuff's important, and it's like they know it's a slippery slope just based on who you are and what they're doing. That it's like
part of what we're embarking on is going to bring the risk.
well, yeah, that sounds about right.
So what we need to be honest about is what risk we bring back to the table.
True.
And I'd be apt to not mention to you what risk I bring. She goes by the name Sliga Mountain Spine.
Okay. You seem all like, as I write it down. Well, let's
That's one of at least 4.
okay.
Outside of another 4 that you all will be very, very familiar with.
Sounds like
There's Orinda, Thimble,
okay.
and Little Doris. These are our bedfellows.
Okay.
And then there are those that I plan to make sure that we govern properly. That would be Kilda, Corin, Voss. It's
Kale is the
Kale. Yeah, I was like,
homie.
I kept going to Desirel. I'm like, that's not yet. That's not yet.
Yeah, close.
Kale.
Yeah, close.
So I need to know right now if you're willing to stick this through. And there's no hard feeling you're getting out of the ground floor. You don't know enough yet to cause me any risk. But what I can tell you is that we are peers, not subjects.
They're all like, brains are going a mile a minute.
And you don't have to answer right now. You're not under that kind of pressure. We'll just include it in your report. And keep eyes out on this righteousness. It's got ties to, I think, another one I'm beginning to have an interest in.
Well, Meyer, we're gonna like speak up a little bit. Like, do we need to go look after them, or?
By looking into righteousness, you are.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
I need to know,
I can accept that.
and I think Silas, you may have some of that answer. How he gets his hooks into people and what he's planning.
Well, he's planning on giving a sermon up there on Theris, I think, when he goes to join the 2 lovebirds. I mean,
Well, that's going to have a lot of ears present.
yeah, it's gonna have a lot of important years present. All the
And words are powerful.
yeah, they are. It's like he says, yeah, they are, and you see he's in the robes. It's one of those like, he's not wearing them begrudgingly. from what you've been able to tell. So,
You just need to know, are they a threat?
well, I mean,
Because what we're creating is a balance. There are those that wield power openly, sometimes for the betterment when the years are good, and sometimes that power swells and begins to eat it from the outside in, or from the inside out. We'll live on the fringe, collecting secrets, information, and we'll use it when it's necessary to rebalance the scales. And that isn't just what I see as rebalancing, but we see. Who lowers claims to represent the voice of the people.
I think he just controls it.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm worried about, is how is that fair to the people, actually?
Well, they're all kind of like, it doesn't seem like anything like they're doing is fair. But I mean, Tilly kind of takes the stance of, none of it's fair, because that's just how they're going to be for a little bit, being a little brash. Silas is definitely of the mind of, like, he wants to see something through. He didn't know what that is yet, but he's definitely open to all of the concepts and everything. And then Myers just like, yeah, he's like, I'm in, like, ready to go, because they're just ready to rock and roll. Like, that's the definitely the doer of your three little birdies.
So we'll set some things in order. I'll give each of you 6 of 7 drop locations.
Okay.
We are to periodically check and complete what's inside, or at least bring back for discussion if it does not seem to align with what our primary objective is, which is rebalancing the scales. Again, you all are the first that I'm entrusting this information to. You will not be the last. We'll bring others into the fold.
Okay.
This will grow slow, but it will come a time that it will blossom and bloom quicker than any mold or fungus.
And what if we get to, Silas kind of like pauses, and what if we get out of hand? Who balances us?
We do. Meaning if I start to go astray, you all balance the scales.
Okay.
There has to be executed wisdom within our group. There should always be 4 that head our table.
Why 4? Silas asked.
Because it seems right.
Okay. Well, what if you're
Well,
locked
how's there
into a
to be-
decision,
Then we figure out what it is that will get us unlocked.
I see.
This having a 5th to break a tie allows more lobbying than I find worthwhile. More allows a laziness to creep in.
Well, at that point, when it's all or nothing, or 3 to 1.
If it does come down to 3 to 1, then we go on the way of the 3. But the 1 will be allowed to challenge it again. And having helped the 3, should the 1 prevail true, the three are done.
Mm.
That is a pact we must agree to. Myself included.
They all like kind of look at each other like, it's reasonable, especially just put yourself in it. So, like, yeah, all right.
Again, this will grow, and I expect your input to be just and true. I picked you all for a reason, because I saw a fire in you.
See, Silas dust off his robes. Yeah. Till he kind of pipes up like, there's fire. We'll balance those scales.
We gotta do it smart. We act slow, never fast.
Meyer looks over at us. I was like, yeah, just his speed.
Humor will dull the pain.
She starts just get crying, like, ah! Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you know, better live for something, I guess, right? So, they're all kind of take a different posture now, like building, having been enraptured by words, vanilla, and fine.
Spice Girls.
Start going nuts. But, like, all right, well, I mean, until he's like, well, what do we call ourselves? Or call it?
Nothing yet.
All right, nothing yet on 5.
They'll smile. When the time's right, and when we feel that we've grown into something more than just an idea, that's all we are right now, then we'll put a name to it.
All right.
Now, is there anything you all need from me?
Well, Silas will pipe up first. Well, how long in between check-ins do I have in case I need to go on a pilgrimage with righteousness?
We can find ways to communicate. Again, I'm choosing you lot because I have placed trust in you that's not yet earned. So as long as you need,
Okay.
but we check in here. This is where we'll call home.
Okay.
It'll change as time grows. That I'm sure.
We actually have rooms upstairs.
We'll bunk below.
Yeah. Appropriate. Tilly's just like, yeah, underground in some shape, form, or fashion. But better than that.
Not to say that there won't be a time we have places on the surface, but I think for now it will serve us best to keep our heads low.
I agree. I mean, Tilly's like, well, I mean, I've lived underground before, but yeah, I was being honest. It's better than outside.
Well, I mean, y'all are still welcome to keep whatever homes and estates you have right now, but what I'm trying to say is this is somewhere you can come.
No,
If you
no,
need to lay low and
I'll stay right now. Like Tilly and Meyer are like, here. If you have the space.
let's just say the current proprietor, I haven't broached the subject with yet.
No, you?
Oh no.
No. Okay.
Well, it will be at some point.
Okay.
But I'm sure he's also a reasonable man. And if I need to let him know what I'm going on about, he doesn't even know. None of them know the troop that I travel with.
All right, well.
There are 2 that I'll bring into the fold shortly after I get back. We'll see about the others. They may be kept in the dark longer, I don't know.
Well, the one with flaming hair is gonna, Silas will kind of like start smirking as he says it. The one with flaming hair won't be able to be kept in the dark long.
He's one of the first ones that I'll bring in.
Well, he kind of stands up a little straighter. It's like, well, his future will be bright.
He just dumps gasoline on him.
And goes ham. Well, that's something. You hear a and it's long, and you can feel it in your chest. And you heard that a few times. I mean, probably more than a few, but this is probably some of the fewer times you've been closer to it because of the distance where you are from the docks. But Casimir's arrived because it's the nighttime of the day before the dawn of Nick's commitment. So Casimir's here. Excuse me. And the captain, Saul Rissa, an Emerald Dragonborn female, is captain of that vessel, and Braxton Ironmantle is the board master.
I think, isn't it was for both of them?
Not yet.
I'm talking about current.
Correct.
Anyway.
Oh, cool. All right. Oh, yeah.
I also got us some muscle, should it be needed. The bloke's hard to miss. He was here the other night. In case any of you were.
No, we didn't want to come in around something like that.
Fair enough. It will be one of the ways that we can make some coin.
Well,
The low folk always get in for free.
okay.
He goes by Thud.
I mean, like, Myers, like, what else would he go by?
Yeah.
Handsome.
No, not from the romantic perspective at all. Yeah. He's twice my height.
Tilly looks up.
2 barrels wide. And now a proud wearer of a championship belt.
Yeah. I get you 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
And it's adorned with clouds and thunder and the like, feats of strength.
Yeah, I think I heard him walking by a block over.
That would be Thud.
It was really humid over there. It's like you said, rain clouds and thunder, and it's like he's a walking little storm. It's like he is the giant now?
Well, should it be needed and you find yourself in need, find Thud and sick him on whatever you need.
Okay. It's good to know.
Just let him know Frank. Give it the okay. Within time, it won't be with Frank, it will be with whatever we call ourselves. Gives that okay, of which you four, or us four, are able to invoke that right. I do say, if we come across anything that may increase our risk, we discuss first prior to acting. And as we grow our membership, we create cells that also cast their lot with us. We create a democracy.
Yes. You see, fucking Myers is like, real,
We'll call ourselves the Helldivers. Launch ourselves out of cannons.
True. In battle. It's like,
We'd be absorbing a skyship, so we'll have that loaded with the Hellpods.
oh my god! And the fact that that's actually like there's a feature in this universe. Super Earth, welcome.
We'll call it the ship, the Prophet of Conquest.
Yeah. Ooh. Too good. Well, they'll give you a firm nod. I'm gonna, since it is a little bit later in the evening for them, like, they're like, okay, they've done their stuff, they're gonna go write their reports.
Yep.
If you have, like, they would write it there if you wanted them to write it out for you and then hand it over and then leave, or they can go back, say, hey, you know, we can drop this off.
He's okay having them take their time, because part of it is also they've got to make their decision on, is this what they want to be a part of or not.
Yep. Yep.
So he is openly encouraging them, like, you don't have to make a rush decision unless you feel extraordinarily strongly about it.
Yeah.
You're like, yes, sign me up right now, I'll sign whatever dotted line. Outside of that, he's just like, when you're ready, come drop it here. And of course, what he'll do before dispersing them is he will give them the code to use and the location to drop it at Melody's Rest.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because he's not going to give them Dropbox locations until
No, say yeah, right?
they've said yes or no.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because that would be a pain in the ass to have to reset that network and be like, oh, whoops, I made a rookie mistake in recruiting.
Yeah.
Give them the keys to the store before they actually sign the contract.
Well, we always start somewhere. Let's see. Do you pay them?
Yeah.
How much do you pay them?
Right now, he will give them each 10 gold.
And they will happily accept and say thank you. And be elated and like. It's like they're gonna go and not blow it by any means, but like.
I'll kind of give them the parting words of like the money that we make here between the four of us gets reinvested. So like this 10 gold, use it to help kind of create roads and inroads with others that are like-minded.
Yeah.
To slowly, bring candidates of the four of them we'll vote for, and be like, do we include them with an offer after kind of doing an informal interview through like, whether it be statecraft or, just testing their skills of thievery, skullduggery, ways in which what they need right now are people that can gather, whether it be information or things. And then of course he sets out the rules right now not to recruit anyone from the inner circle of Lil Doris, where her general influence is, or Rinda or Thimble. Like if we start poaching their people, it will quickly be discovered like, oh, there's some other player that's starting to actually grow.
Yeah. You definitely need the
And
like you're going full Joker route where it's get the nobodies first.
and then make presence known, and then it's like, yeah, now there are 4 of us, and it creates the structure for what I have in my mind of the shadowed hand in the long run, which is like these series of 4s that kind of interconnect. That it's the whole thing of don't create that easy way out of how you can have a 3-2. It's always like
A unique take. I was like, we tried all the time and play well. Then you better fucking figure it out. If not, we'll be here forever. So that's definitely a unique way to go about the. Hey, we're tied. Not for long.
And that's the thing is like if the 3 overpower the 1 and the 1 was right, then the 1 gets to displace the 3.
Yeah. Which that's going to be a very well. Hopefully it's not, but that may be a very angry set of 3 people.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the concept is they build this out, and there's in a book I was reading. There's a blood oath that can be taken that's bound in magic. That says, hey, anyone that breaks the oath dies an excruciating death. Like their blood boils from the inside and they die. So
nice.
It'd be one where if they can eventually figure out how to make that, that would be part of the pact that the 4s, any of the group 4s of those leaders would make to one another. That way, hey, if the 3 don't willingly depart, they're going to get departed anyway. So there's the one of like, okay, cool, you can separate and go your own way. Or if you want to try to still overpower 1, well, the pact is going to remove you instead.
Ooh.
And 1 I plan to have introduced into the guild next side session or as we go through the regular campaign, will be the progenitor of Adair and Aurora's bloodline.
Nice.
Because they'll get in early on, and have always been a part.
Like human.
The ever loves.
If I didn't have my current plan for Silas, I'd be like, get on the ground floor, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, if he says no, that's okay. Which means.
Oh, I'm not saying it's about saying no.
Oh.
Saying about other reasons that it might not fit. Because well, more on that later.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he's fully in the righteousness camp.
Yeah, we shall see.
But that's one thing that once they get their answers, he intends to, as they're giving answers, use detect thoughts to probe aggressively to extract truth. Because if he finds out that they're lying at the outset, his intention will be kill them right then and there.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's that is one of the things that they're like.
So, like, to me, that sets a pretty cool tone. Like, if Silence is really not in the camp and not committed, and then they all know that he's probing into their mind, and then he, without word, sets out on Silas and kills him, or sets out on one of the 3, that would, for the other 2, say, like, oh, no, this is fully serious, and we were 100% on board, and he's already sniffed out one that wasn't.
Right. Yeah, that's.
Now, granted, if all 3 of them are like, yeah, we're in it to win it, then that's also cool because they would also then all know that everyone was being truthful because they all would have been probed. Mind probed.
Take your probe. Well, it'll be the next sort of like side hustle. That's why I asked the question about the pilgrimage.
Yeah.
Because after that, when y'all reconvene, that's when potentially they'll have all their stuff turned in, and then you can, like, you'll read it and be like, all right, put your hand in the box. This is the gum you buy.
Yeah, it's the gum you buy.
It's like, okay. And then, that would be old Josh Brolin. Brutal. You know what I mean? It's like, Jesus Christ. So, but thank you, Sid. And I was going to say, if you started with one, then you got two, and then you get one for doing the thing. So, like for doing a side hustle.
So I have three, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I had in my thing, because I thought this would be good.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. That is very neat. And what I'll do with this, in case you want to listen to it with these, normally I keep I'll keep them unlisted until like a session or two after we get do real Fridays or whatever, and then they're unlisted, but I'll send you a link to it so you can listen to it before that. So that just keeps the side hustles, their actual side hustles. So at least for a little while, especially with some timey-wimey stuff going down. So
we almost got Frank to current, because the next day is the.
Yeah, so you're here, and I'll put in some
and that would have
notes.
just wrapped up that day, because that would have been after coming back, and so it would have been bed down now. So it's more of like the start of the shadowed hand.
Yep.
Is effectively with. Well, plan's been hatched.
Indeed.
And now Frank knows that little Doris may have similar interests, that Orinda and Thimble are certainly part of the criminal underbelly trifecta.
Mm-hmm.
Or really, let's just say the more on the side of the people.
Right. Yeah, Little Doris is to quote, what's it called, American Psycho, she's a mysterious yet playful little dish. So.
Yeah, like Frank, just the only reason he does not care for her is he just sees her as part of the problem and not the solution. Mm-hmm. But she is also probably slow playing anything, or she may truthfully just be part of the problem and needs to get removed. It's a little early for him to tell, but her revealing just enough of like, maybe I need to be on the inside, is something he's going to chew on, because is that a say the right thing to get you off the trail, or is there any earnestness to it? Which,
yeah,
I've got to figure out how would Frank test that without getting himself killed, because again, he understands, and she didn't have to make it clear because he understood, but she did, and she's like, yeah, then you take away my charm, I'm just going to kill everybody. All right.
It's one of those, like, yes, that's the deal. She's like, hey, if you have me, well, not you specifically, but if I don't continue to keep the thing that lets them do what they do well with the normal ease, and it's less about it being easier, but more about like, oh, now I'm going to have to do a lot more to keep the same level of control effectively. So. But yeah, kind of wild indeed. So, but yeah, it was fun, sir. Had some good times.
Yep. First science